for sponsoring tonight's clash at the Quarter Mile Coliseum. Also, thank you to our pit area title sponsor tonight, Taylor and Messick. The pit area at tonight's clash at the Quarter Mile Coliseum is presented by Taylor & Messick of Harrington, Delaware. Located in the hub of Delaware, Taylor & Messick is your hometown John Deere dealer, home of the long green line. In addition to John Deere, Taylor & Messick offering numerous other brands to include Brylon, Brush Hog, Hamilton Equipment, and Harlow Products, Landau, McFarland Ag Manufacturing, Rhino, and Unverferth. So check them out on Facebook at Taylor & Messick Inc. or website is taylorandmessick.com. Our pit area tonight sponsored by Taylor and Messick. We are set to go with the Bob Hilbert Sportswear Short Track Super Series fueled by Sunoco Modifieds and Sportsman, along with two of the local classes here in Southern Delaware, the Delmarva Chargers and the Delaware Super Trucks. The Chargers will be up first for hot laps, followed by the Super Trucks, and we'll get into Modified and Sportsman hot laps, and they will all have timed warm-ups tonight. Thanks to our series title sponsor, Bob Hilbert Sportswear, boasting more than a half century of providing the finest in screen-printed and embroidered apparel. Based in Boyertown, Pennsylvania, Bob Hilbert Sportswear, specializing in the racing industry along with schools, commercial, and corporate work. Their fundraising option is a great program for organizations and companies to raise awareness and funds. Check Bob Hilbert Sportswear out on the web at bobhilbert.com or do some shopping at the online store at bobhilbertshop.com. The official fuel is Sunoco Race Fuels. As the largest manufacturer of racing gasolines in the world, Sunoco Race Fuels has a 40-year track record of winning performances. With an expanded product line, Sunoco offering drivers more choices than ever before. Learn more at SunocoRaceFuels.com. Sunoco Race Fuels is proud to present the Short Track Super Series Start Restart Zone and the checkered flag. Earl Hoon Jr. alongside tonight. Earl, first trip to Middleford Speedway.
No doubt about it. I am super pumped to see our modified and sportsman drivers take action on this quarter mile. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have never been here, it is a must on your bucket list. I mean, it is a destination, and here's the reason why I say that is because we are not very far from the coast, right? We're only about 30 minutes from Ocean City, Maryland. I got into town a day early because I knew how close we were, and I had some fun down at the beach. So folks, make sure you put this speedway on your bucket list. It is a destination because you have so many activities you could do during the day, the couple days leading up to the event. Absolutely, Jeff. Super great and honored to be here, and I got a feeling we are in for a good one.
Yes, indeed. Tonight will be a New Jersey Quality Drywall South Region Point race for the Modifieds and a Belmont's Garage South Region Point event for the Sportsmen. And the Chargers and Trucks are coming out for their hot laps. They will be doing a feature event only this evening. We'd also like to say thank you to American Racer Tires, known for their quality, durability, repeatability, and value. American Racer Tires boasting a tradition of craftsmanship and innovation dating back to 1915. American Racer, race, win, repeat. Visit the official American Racer website at AmericanRacerOnline.com. So American Racer, our official tire. Sunoco Race Fuels, our official fuel, and Bob Hilbert Sportswear is our series title sponsor. The first event every Short Track Super Series race night is Dirt Draft Hot Laps. It all gets started on every Short Track Super Series night with Dirt Draft Hot Laps. Go to dirtdraft.com or download the all-new Dirt Draft app on the Apple or Google App Stores. New features, new games, and a new speed shop. Become the 2026 Short Track Super Series Fantasy Champion. At each event, the user has a $100,000 salary to spend on 5 drivers. Each driver has a different salary based on past results. Draft your team of 5 drivers to compete against hundreds of other teams and check on your competition on the series-long leaderboards. Dirt Draft Hot Laps coming out on the racetrack now. They're doing a little bit of track run-in right now, making sure the track is set before we turn them loose for tonight's official Dirt Draft Hot Laps. Thanks again to New Jersey Quality Drywall, owned and operated by former modified driver Dave Whitty. New Jersey Quality Drywall was founded in 1980 and incorporated nearly a quarter century ago in 1999. New Jersey Quality Drywall, servicing the tri-state, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, New York area and beyond with residential and commercial work. Residential capabilities include furnishing and installing drywall from single-family homes to large developments. Their commercial work includes steel framing, insulation, drywall, acoustic ceilings, and commercial fit-outs. New Jersey Quality Drywall can be reached by phone at 908-835-1880 or 908-303-9040. Email wittygroup@gmail.com. New Jersey Quality Drywall are a South Region Modified title sponsor. And Belmont's Garage is our Sportsman Division South Region sponsor. Belmont's Garage, founded in 1965 by Chick Belmont. Andy Belmont now serving as the Langhorne business manager. Belmont's Garage providing general auto and truck repair, servicing all brands of vehicles, Pennsylvania licensed RV and trailer inspection, Pennsylvania licensed motorcycle inspection, and serving as a certified emergency vehicle repair center. Belmont's Garage utilizing ASE certified technicians. Belmont's Garage located on West Maple Avenue in Langhorne, Pennsylvania. Visit www.belmontsgarage.com. Give them a call at 215-757-3813 or like Belmont's Garage on Facebook. All right, Chargers are getting some green flag laps here. We'll join into the event tonight, into our broadcast. Mark Kilblock, the voice of Middleford Speedway, a guy that I've worked with a few times over the years. How you doing, Mark?
Jeff, it's great to have you guys here. We hope everybody enjoys Middleford Speedway. And if you like what you see tonight, come back and see us. We have occasional Friday night shows, but Saturday night is our staple. And you're looking at two of our regular divisions right here.
So the Chargers right now, I believe, are doing some time hot laps, just like we will see for the Modifieds and the Sportsmen. Is that correct?
That is correct. Jeff Merriman, the 48, is a feature event winner here this year. Cam Kreitz in the 38, P38.
Dirt Draft Hot Laps continuing here. The Delmarva Chargers completing their timed hot laps. That'll set the lineup for their feature event. They will be having a 20-lap feature. The Super Trucks will also have a 20-lap feature. No heat races for either of those divisions. Next up for Dirt Draft Hot Laps will be the Delaware Super Trucks, and Mark, they'll be doing the same thing.
Yeah, our Charger and Super Truck divisions have been very competitive this year. We've had 5 different winners in the Super Truck division. Chase Carter leads all drivers with 3. We got DJ Dewey with a single win. Tony Ginta with the win, and Ethan Brazier and Cole Wingo each have 2 wins. And as we mentioned, Jeff Merriman was a winner earlier this year in the Delmarva Chargers. And Tammy Collier and Ron Faulkner have also visited victory lane. Ron Faulkner in the 67 out there right now.
Looks like they split the field in half, just like we will be doing when we get to the Modifieds and the Sportsmen. The drivers in the Modified and Sportsman divisions all drew for which heat race that they will be in tonight, and then they will be doing their hot laps and timing the hot laps against their own heat race group, and we'll divide each heat into 2 halves, A and B. So there are 3 heats tonight for the Modifieds, 3 heats tonight for the Sportsmen. So we'll be having 6 warm-up groups for each class, A and B in Heat 1, A and B in Heat 2, A and B in Heat 3. And we will do an inversion of 3 for both divisions for all heat races, putting the fastest car in each group in the 3rd starting spot.
I think one of the things you're going to notice about Middleford Speedway is the width of the racetrack. It's called the Short Track Super Series, right? So you guys are familiar with short tracks. But I believe the corners here are 80 feet wide, so I think the drivers are going to find this track to their liking.
We certainly hope so, and should make for a fun night. We see, you know, tracks that are banked look flat on television sometimes, but this one has some banking in it, but it's not a whole lot compared to some racetracks.
We got the hometown aspect here too. We got Jordan Watson on hand with us tonight. The first time that we ran big blocks here in 2025, he pretty much nearly had the race locked up and lost a motor. So Austin Hubbard got the honors of winning the first big block race here, and then the last time we ran the big blocks here where we got a complete program in, Jordan was able to finish that off and get a win.
get the win there. Yeah, you had the modifieds here twice this year, but the one time you only got qualifying in, I believe, and the feature got rained out, so you've only actually had one official modified race, but you had a couple for the sportsmen.
Yep. We've had the 602 Sportsman here, and 3 shows this year with Bryce Bayshore and Ryan Simmons, Jackson Hill, all picking up wins. And we do have Jackson Hill with us here tonight, representing some of the Delaware drivers.
And Ryan Simmons is in the pits as well. He's a follower of the series, so should be fun tonight. 18 modifieds and 26 sportsmen in the house tonight. Plus the Chargers and trucks. You can see them scaling in the infield. If you're a visitor here at Middleford, never been here before, like us with the Short Track Super Series, the cars enter the racetrack in turn number 3. They exit in turn number 1, and the scale to check the weight on the cars is in the infield. Again, we would like to say thank you to BA Custom Headers. They sponsor the redraw. The conclusion of heat races tonight, the top qualifiers take part in the BA Custom Headers redraw. With more than 25 years in the header fabrication business, BA Custom Headers of Genoa, New York can customize your power curve for a broader range of power. Each header or exhaust setup has been tried and tested and chosen by top modified and late model teams across the country. BA Custom Headers on the web at baheaders.com or on Facebook, BA Headers, and Instagram at BA Headers. That will be the redraw later tonight. All right, Mark, we got the super trucks out on the Speedway.
Cole Lingo out there in that red number 77 picked up his first feature event win a few weeks ago, and he liked it so much he did 2 in a row. Also out there, winners out there, Ethan Brazier, the 94, and Tony Ginta here on the front stretch in the 68. DJ Dewey in between corners number 3 and 4 also has a feature event win this year.
Some of these names are familiar to me, but it sounds like you got a few new ones that have joined in the truck class.
We do. Obviously this class is big in Delaware and the tracks that you've announced that in the past, but we do kind of have a core group that runs here. And pretty competitive, like we said, five different winners over the season.
That's awesome.
Some real door handle to door handle racing. That I don't have to prove to you.
Yeah, exactly.
You know that.
I remember that for sure. All right, first warm-up of 2 for the Delaware Super Trucks here as Dirt Draft Hot Laps continue on.
Also out there in the 42 is Jimmy Wills, a Mod Light regular here at the Middleford Speedway. First time this season in one of the Delaware Super Trucks. And Jimmy Wills has quick time on the session so far, 19.937 for Jimmy Wills, first time in a Super Truck. So off to a good start.
First half for the Delaware Super Trucks. We mentioned we are in Dirt Draft Hot Laps. Don't forget the all-new Horsepower Hydration Cup. What is it? It's every Monday Dirt Draft starts a brand new Horsepower Hydration Cup leaderboard. Starts Wednesday this initial week. Every event from every series on Dirt Draft Monday through Sunday counts toward the weekly leaderboard. If it doesn't matter what series you follow, you can climb the standings all week long. Every Monday the leaderboard resets, giving everyone a fresh shot at becoming that week's Horsepower Hydration Champion. Every race matters. One great night can launch you up the standings, or one bad night can knock you off the podium. It's a week-long sprint instead of a season-long marathon. Every Monday, everyone starts back at 0. Weekly league champions take home an exclusive custom Dirt Draft Horsepower Hydration Cup trophy, the one shown on the broadcast. Every top 3 finishers in the pro, veteran, and rookie leagues earn Horsepower Hydration discount codes. First gets 100%, second 75, third 50, fourth through 50th. You'll still earn bonus points toward Dirt Draft Speed Shop points to redeem prizes and merchandise. Download the Dirt Draft app or head to dirtdraft.com. Get your lineup locked before tonight's races start. Climb the Horsepower Hydration Cup standings all week long. See if you can become this week's Horsepower Hydration Champion. New and reactivating subscribers receive a $10 discount code for Hoosier Tire merchandise. So there you go, the Hydration Horsepower, the all-new Horsepower Hydration Cup, part of Dirt Draft. So we're getting down to the end of Charger and Truck Hot Laps here tonight for our clash at the Quarter Mile Coliseum, the debut of the Bob Hilbert Sportswear Short Track Super Series fueled by Sunoco here at the Middleford Speedway. Again, we said thanks to our series title sponsor, Bob Hilbert Sportswear, our official fuel, Sunoco Race Fuels, and our official tire, American Razor Tires. Thanks to Bicknell Racing Products for sponsoring Victory Lane. When the checker flag drops at every 2026 Short Track Super Series event, drivers will be celebrating a Bicknell Racing Products Victory Lane. Bicknell Racing Products got to start when Pete Bicknell was in high school building his first race car as a senior project. More than 40 years later, the St. Catharines Interior Chassis Manufacturer has developed into the industry leader with state-of-the-art equipment, facilities in St. Catharines, Ontario, and Niagara Falls, New York. Visit BicknellRacingProducts.com or like Bicknell Racing Products on Facebook, X, or Instagram. Bicknell Racing Products, Victory Lane. All right, the mighty Short Track Super Series Modifieds are out. First half of heat number 1. Out of Frankfort, Delaware, the 52. That's the Beach Custom Services entry of Jason Musser. Driving the 8 mod out of Georgetown. That's Stormin Norman Short. And out of Baldwinsville, New York, driving the Weak Neck Archery St. Lawrence Radiology 7mm, Michael Maresca. First half of heat number 1 for the Short Track Super Series New Jersey Quality Drywall South Region Modifieds. Earl, who's quick?
We are getting underway. We're time dirt draft hot laps. Right now we are already down into the mid 15-second bracket. Michael Maresca is going to set the early pace as drivers are going to see the Bears Performance white flag this time by. Now make it the Sunoco checker flag. And Michael Maresca still fastest overall at a 15.308. Then you have Norman Short Jr. second quick right now. Jason Musser third. As that is going to complete this time dirt draft hot lap session for these cars, like you said, Jeff, that are going to be the first half of heat race number 1 coming up later on in the program. But right now, Michael Maresca is going to be the fastest driver overall at a 15.308.
Michael Maresca, a winner this year with us on the Short Track Super Series. All right, we are ready for the second half of heat number 1. Driving out of Middleford, Delaware, he is in the Watson Realty Group, Will Brown Truck Repair, number 1J, Jordan Watson. Also rolling out on the Speedway, driving in the Floor Machine and Tool, Kibble family. First Response Contracting, Berks County, number 16, Grandview Regular out of Oley, Pennsylvania, Loudon, Reinberg, and also out there out of Neshannock Station, New Jersey, driving in the Ace Materials Active Disposal number 6, Matty Ice, Matt Stengel. The New Jersey Quality Drywall Modifieds for the Bob Hilbert Sportswear Short Track Super Series. Continuing here with Dirt Draft Hot Laps.
So the green flag coming back out. Get back underway, see if anybody can go quick time overall, beat Michael Maresca's 17.308. And Jordan Watson will exactly do that. We are officially into the 14-second bracket at a 14.772. Stengel third quick on his first lap at a 15.158. Watson also better on his second time around, a 14.831. But however, Loudon Reimer goes to the top of the board with a 14.697. So we are officially into the 14-second bracket here at the Middleford Speedway.
So again, the drivers are competing for their starting spots in their respective heats, but they're also looking to become the ATL Fuel Cell Modified Hot Lap Hero, the driver recording the fastest time in Dirt Draft Hot Laps for each of the scheduled STSS Modified events gets a $100 cash bonus courtesy of the Ramsey, New Jersey-based ATL Fuel Cells. Aerotech Laboratories and its ATL Fuel Cell division have been leading the way with the creation of crash-resistant, flexible composite safety fuel cells since their inception in 1970. From its humble beginnings in a small New Jersey shop to its commanding multiple facilities spanning 2 continents worldwide, ATL has grown into a global household name within the motorsports, aerospace, marine, and defense industries. ATL is in Ramsey, New Jersey, on the web at atlinc.com. Give them a call at 201-825-1400 or like ATL Racing Fuel Cells on Facebook or Instagram. The Northeastern Office Equipment, Polack Farm 6D, Dylan Stoyer is on the Speedway. And also out there driving the Millman's Napa Auto Parts, Easy Work Trucks, number 84Y, Alex Jankowski, also out there. Driving in the number 39, that is the Auto Gallery number 39 on the Middleford. That's JoJo Joseph Watson.
So Alex Jankowski puts down a pretty good lap on his first time around at a 14.922. Dylan Stoyer second quick in this group, a 14.979. Joseph Watson third at a 15.254. Jankowski, he will improve on his second time around at a 14.844. So will Stoyer, he's still second quick in this group at a 14.875, and Joseph Watson better on his second time around at a 15.174. But still, Loudon Reimer, Jeff, is going to be fastest overall as we continue with time Dirt Draft Hot Laps.
Yep, Dirt Draft Hot Laps looking to become the ATL Fuel Cell Hot Lap hero. Second half of heat number 2 rolling out of Vineland, New Jersey. The Mancini Custom Homes 13T, Anthony Tramontana also out there. In the Short Load Ready Mix Concrete, number 5B out of Milford, New Jersey, Bobby Butler. And driving out of Walden, New York, in the Tire Discount Center, Vinny Salerno-owned Kaiser Aluminum Wheels, number 4, Anthony Perego. Anthony Perego in the number 4. Thanks again to Algonquin Motel for the Short Track Super Series Modified Lap Down Go-Around. The first driver off the lead lap at the time of every caution during the feature receives the lap down go-around courtesy of Algonquin Motel in Bainbridge, New York. Visit them on the web at algonquinmotel.com to learn more. The modified lap down go-around in the feature.
We're going to go around next time on the 4. Next time on the
So drivers being told over the one-way radio system that we are going to go green next time around as the crowd still filing in here at the Middleford Speedway. Jeff, an absolutely jam-packed crowd here in Delaware.
Yeah, the driveway still sees them rolling in here out of turn number 4. Should be a fun night here at Middleford Speedway. As Mark alluded to, they have had a couple of modified races here. One last year, one this year. A few more than that for the 602 Sportsman. But in the spotlight tonight for sure with the Bob Milford Sportswear Short Track Super Series fueled by Sunoco.
So Anthony Perego is going to go fourth quick on his first time around at a 15.264. Anthony Tramontana is going to be fifth quick at 15.291. Bobby Butler at 15.422. Now Perego, he will go to the top of the board here in this group at a 14.704. Getting very close to Loudon Reimer's 14.697. So Perego is going to be fastest here in this group. Alex Jankowski second quick, Dylan Stoyer third quick. However, Loudon Reimer still in position to be this evening's ATL Fuel Cells Hot Lap hero.
Yes, he is. Reimer will start third in the first heat. Perego, turning quick time, will start third in heat number 2. Heat number 3 ready to roll out for the New Jersey Quality Drywall South Region Modifieds. Driving in the Milmas Napa Auto Parts Armstrong Overhead Doors, number 91 out of Milford, Luke Bunting. Third generation of his founded a race here in the first state. Also out there driving out of Ringo's, New Jersey in the Izzy Trucking and Rigging, Camp Out Incorporated, number 26. The Ringo's Rocket Ryan Godown. And also rolling out in the first half of heat number 3 out of New Gretna, New Jersey. Driving in the Mancini Custom Homes, Woodhaven Lumber, number 7M, Paul Mancini. That is the first half of heat race number 3. Dirt Draft Hot Laps again. Go to dirtdraft.com or download the all-new Dirt Draft app on the Apple or Google App Stores. New features, new games, and a new speed shop. Become the 2026 Short Track Super Series Fantasy Champion. Draft your team of 5 drivers to compete against hundreds of other teams and check on your competition on the series-long leaderboard. Dirt Draft Hot Laps.
So Ryan Godown is going to be the first driver to get the Barron's Performance white flag of 15.259. Paul Mancini at 15.793, second quick right now in this group. Luke Bunting to the top of the board, a 14.872. As now Mancini, he'll also improve on his second lap, still third quick, a 15.442. Can Godown improve? No. But how about it? The 91 of Luke Bunting will set the pace here for the drivers that are going to make up their third heat race coming up later on in the program at a 14.872, 2/10 off the 14.697 that was set by Loudon Reimert.
Second half of heat number 3 coming out on the Speedway now. Out of Neshannock Station, New Jersey, the Dan Sommerling Danny's Pizza Pizzazz. Number 51 will be Ryan Krachin. Also rolling trackside out of Pipersville, Pennsylvania, the Craig and Leslie Pondish CNS Equipment. Short load concrete, number 6, Danny Buck. Danny's had a couple of laps here already. And out of Wurtsboro, New York, he's got a win on the Short Track Super Series this season. Driving out of Wurtsboro, New York, the 16X is Danny Creedon, the Shackleton Auto and Truck Parts, number 16X. That is the second half of heat group number 3 for the New Jersey Quality Drywall Modified South Region.
So we're going to wind them up and turn them loose one more time for a final time dirt lap, hot lap session. Can anybody beat Loudon Reimer's 14.697 that was set in the first group of the evening? And how about it, Danny Buck, a 14.786, and now a 14.646. Danny Creedon fastest overall right now. Ryan Krachin, second quick here in this group. Do we go better? He does. A 14.638 for Danny Buck. Now Creedon goes back to the top of the board with a 14.526. Better late than never. Danny Creedon is going to be fastest overall at the conclusion of time dirt draft hot laps with a 14.526.
Well, Earl, how about that? Danny Creedon and Danny Buck were trading the fast times back and forth in this one. All right, so there you go. Danny Creedon will get the third starting spot in heat number 3, but he is the overall fast timer. He will get the $100 bonus from ATL Fuel Cell and be our ATL Fuel Cell Modified Hot Lap Hero. All right, the Belmont's Garage South Region Sportsmen ready to roll out. Going to do the same exact thing as the Modifieds. 3 heats. They'll be divided in half. A and B, heat 1, 2, and 3, and they'll be timing against their own group for their hot laps tonight, dirt draft hot laps for the sportsmen. Out of Milton, Delaware, he was a winner in the SDSS this year up at Bridgeport. In the ANS Contractors 27 is Robbie Emery, also out there driving out of Georgetown, Delaware. He is in the JT Rogers Marine Construction 1-star, Zach Weller. U.S. Electrical Services 69K from Sicklerville, New Jersey, Steve Kemery. Driving out of Ridgely, Maryland, driving in the Shenango Valley, number 47H, is Cody Carroll. And also rolling out there out of Boyertown, Pennsylvania, the Bridgeport Motorsports Park point leader this season. Driving the Pioneer Pool Building Springfield Meets 117 will be Jesse Herthler. There will be 9 cars in Heat 1, Heat 2, and 8 in Heat number 3 for the sportsmen. The Belmont's Garage South Region Sportsmen for the Bob Hilbert Sportswear Short Track Super Series fueled by Sunoco.
So if we have any indication at all for what we just witnessed for dirt draft timed hot laps for the modifieds, I think, Jeff, we are absolutely in for a dandy of a race here with heat races coming up a little bit later on, and then obviously their big 50-lap feature event.
50-lap feature here on the quarter mile at Middleford Speedway tonight. Point leader for the Belmont's Garage South Region, Travis Hill, with a 5-point lead over Matt Peck and an 8-point lead over Joe Toth, entering the program tonight. 180, 175, 172. Mike Butler not here tonight, 155 fourth. And Robbie Emery, 145, is in 5th in the Belmont's Garage South region. We've had only 2 events this year because of all of our weather issues. Robbie Emery and Joe Toth winning the sportsman events, both of them coming at the Bridgeport Motorsports Park, one in March and one in July.
So the 47H Cody Carroll was initially supposed to be out here in this group. However, we were having a little bit of transponder issues with him, so he's going back into the pit area to change out that transponder as lap times start to come in. right now. If you like to keep track of live timing and scoring all season long with the Bob Hilburn Sportswear Short Track Super Series, make sure you download the My Race Pass app. So we are officially into the mid 15-second bracket. Zach Weller, he's going to be the driver setting the pace. And as I say that, Robbie Emery is going to go at 15.601. Weller, he's also better on his second time around at 15.659. Kemry, third quick right now at 15.748. And Jesse Herthler, fourth quick at 15.869. So right now, Robbie Emery in the 27 is going to set the bar at a 15.601.
All right, second half of heat number 1 ready to move out of Laurel, Delaware. Good to see him back on the racetrack. Driving car number 94. That'll be the L&J Motorsports entry of Jordan Justice. Also rolling out in the number 9N out of Middleford, Delaware, that will be Greg Naylor. Also rolling out of he's out of Boyertown, Pennsylvania now. Driving in the AASA Land Surveyors, Fullweiler's Garage, Lynn Peters Motorsports, number 28, Jimmy Leiby. And driving out of Springfield, New Jersey, driving in the Yaros Industries, Taylor Woodworking, C&S Equipment, number 41, Nick Van Wickel. Those are the drivers here in group number 2. Group number 1, second half of group heat number 1. Here comes the 47H of Cody Carroll. Got that transponder fixed, hopefully. All right, so we have the second half of heat number 1. Again, there are 3 heats for the Belmont's Garage South Region Sportsmen here tonight, competing in dirt, draft, hot laps.
So you probably could hear a little bit off to the distance, drivers being told over the one-way radio system to start to pick up the speed. And they are doing that as Joe Chris waving the green flag. He is the chief starter for the Bob Hilbert Sportswear Short Track Super Series fueled by Sunoco. As lap times coming in right now, Cody Carroll, 5th quick at a 16.164. Jordan Justice, 3rd quick on his first time around, a 15.689. Jimmy Leiby, 5th quick. Now Stephen Kemry, 5th quick, is 15.748. As drivers are going to see the Sunoco checkered flag. So the 41 of Nick Van Winkle will go to the top of the board at a 15.580, 15.580. So Van Wickle will also be fastest overall right now.
Yes, and again, just like the modifieds, 3 cars will be going through the redraw tonight, so we'll invert the top 3 for the starting lineup. So Nick Van Wickle, fastest in heat group number 1, will be going to 3rd starting spot for the first sportsman heat tonight. Second heat, first half rolling out of Gilbertsville, Pennsylvania, driving the Drain Man Plumbing, Springfield Meats number 28R, Brian Rhodes, and also out there out of Hamilton, New Jersey, driving in the SBT Shockwave number 4U, Johnny Bangs. Also rolling out of there, out of Gibbstown, New Jersey, in the BK Trucking, Danny Sommerling, Danny's Pizza Pizzazz number 51, Matt Peck. Out of Laurel, Delaware, in the Superior Homes, number 15, Adam White. And out of Middletown, Delaware, driving in the GFP Mobile Mix, BW Electric, Training Tales Dog Daycare, number 59. He's been here before, Tom Moore Jr. We said thanks to Bicknell Racing Products for sponsoring Victory Lane. For the modifieds, Barron's Performance Warehouse sponsors the white flag, 1 to go. Before they reach Bicknell Racing Products Victory Lane, drivers will be taking the Barron's Performance Warehouse, 1 to go in all STSS events. Barron's Performance Warehouse, founded by Harry Barron in 1972 as Barron Speed Center, a general speed and tire shop aimed at the general automotive market. In 1982, the decision was made to focus on the parts and service market and leave behind Harry's career as a driver. The Speed Center is going to be a nationally known leader in the automotive racing industry. Barron's Performance Warehouse, located on Meadow Road in Florida, New York, can be found on the web at barrons.com or give them a call at 845-651-7389. Barron's Performance Warehouse, white flag for the modifieds in the Short Track Super Series.
So Nick Van Winkle, still driver that is in line for this evening's JLR Technologies Hot Lap Hero for these sportsmen. As Adam White puts down a pretty one, 15.714 for him. Tom Moore Jr. second quick on his first lap at 15.870. Brian Rhodes third quick at 16.044. Adam White also improved on his second lap at 15.450. Tom Moore also better on his second lap at 15.968. So right now in this group you have Adam White, Johnny Bangs, Tom Moore Jr., and Brian Rhodes.
Second half of heat number 2 for the Belmont's Garage South Region Sportsman. The number 52, that will be the Polar Refrigeration 52 out of Laurel, James Hill, a short track Super Series Sportsman champion in his career. Driving out of Middleford, Delaware. Driving in the Holly Hill Farms number 62. He's a rookie in the Sportsman this year and a feature winner here, the 62 Jackson Hill. Driving out of Delmar. Driving in the 1X will be Ethan Brazier. And also out there driving out of Ellendale, Delaware. He's driving in the Maisley's Moon Children's Book number 711. That's Terry Cheney. Terry Cheney in the 711.
So with Adam White putting down that 15.450 right now, he is the new driver that's in line for the JLR Technologies Hot Lap Hero. Originally it was Nick Van Winkle at a 15.5, but we're getting a little further down into the 15-second bracket with our sportsman drivers.
Joe Chris on the Guy Mitchell Memorial Flag Stand here at Middleford Speedway, dropping the green flag on the second half of heat race number 2 for Dirt Draft Time Hot Laps tonight. One more heat race set, 2 more groups for warm-ups before we get to Penske Racing shock opening ceremonies.
So Jackson Hill second quick at a 15.524. His driver's going to see the Sunoco checker flag this time by Terry Cheney, 7th, 16.379. And Ethan Brochure, 8th quick at a 16.568. So Adam White, Jackson Hill, Johnny Bangs, James Hill, and Tom Moore Jr., the top 5 here for the drivers that are going to make up the second heat race of the evening.
So Adam White, fastest in this heat race group. He'll start third in heat number 2. All right, heat race number 3 for Dirt Draft Hot Laps for the Belmont's Garage South Region Sportsman. First half will be rolling trackside out of Elmer, New Jersey. In the Iceless number 4, he's your point leader entering tonight's event, Travis Hill. Also out there out of Percy, Pennsylvania, last year's Grandview champ. Driving in the CTC Construction, Belmont's Garage number 59, that's Colin Cox. Out of Piles Grove Township, New Jersey, former Bridgeport Motorsports Park champion. Driving the Easy Trucking Rigging number 14B, Ethan Bill. Also rolling out of Harrington, Delaware. He is driving in the number 4W. That is the Messick and Gray 4W. That will be Brandon Watkins. Brandon Watkins in the 4W. That is the first half of heat race number 3 for Dirt Draft Hot Laps.
So the pace starts to quicken here once again at the Middleford Speedway. If you're just tuning in at home on FloRacing, we thank you so very much to do so. If you're still in the area and you're watching us, still plenty of time to come out here to the clash at the Quarter Mile Coliseum. Absolutely packed house here all the way around. What's great here, Jeff, is yes, we have the grandstands in front of us, the grandstands on the backstretch. But outside of turns 3 and 4, race fans can come bring in their vehicles and enjoy the show from that perspective, as well as lap time starting to come in. Travis Hill in the 4H will go at 15.649. Brandon Watkins second quick at 15.976. Colin Cox now, he'll improve on his second lap. He'll go second quick at a 15.725. Ethan Bill fourth quick. He was better on his second lap around as well at a 16.4 15.028. So right now, Travis Hill is going to be fastest here in this group at a 15.602.
All right, final group for Dirt Draft Hot Laps. It will be the second half of heat race number 3. Driving out of South River, New Jersey. He is in the K&A Excavating Rayco Auto Service number 2B, Christopher Buffalino. Also rolling out of Norristown, Pennsylvania, driving the Allegheny Iron and Metal True brand number 222A will be Adriana Della Ponte. Out of Upper Makefield, Pennsylvania, he is a former Short Track Super Series champion and in contention again this season, driving the G&T Erectors, Sweetwater Marina and Riverboat deck number 9, Joe Toth. And out of Cream Ridge, New Jersey, driving the Elegant Exteriors, Belmont's Garage number 20, will be Ryan Simmons. Ryan, a winner last Saturday at Bridgeport Motorsports Park. We're ready to go. Final hot lap group here tonight for Dirt Draft Hot Laps for the clash of the Quarter Mile Coliseum here at the Middleford Speedway.
So can anybody beat Adam White? Or excuse me, 15.450. Track still has a lot of speed in it. Adriana Della Ponte, third quick on her first time around. Joe Toth, second quick at a 15.693. Della Ponte to the top of the board at a 15.598. Buffalino in the 2B, fifth quick. He was better on his second lap at a 15.726. But Adriana Della Ponte in the 22A is going to be the fastest driver here in this group at a 15.598.
So Adriana Della Ponte, the quickest in heat group number 3. She will be going to third starting spot. But our overall fastest driver in the Dirt Draft Hot Laps for the Sportsman is the number 15 of Adam White. And again, the Sportsman, JLR Technology sponsoring the Hot Lap Hero, the driver recording the fastest time in Dirt Draft Hot Laps for each of the scheduled Short Track Super Series sports events gets a $50 cash bonus courtesy of JLR Technologies in Johnstown, New York. JLR Technologies specializes in sheet metal suspension components and shocks. Like JLR Technologies on Facebook for more information. So the JLR Technology Sportsman Hot Lap Hero will be Adam White, and our Dirt Draft Hot Laps are completed. Coming up next, we'll have our Penske Racing Shock opening ceremonies before we get into tonight's qualifying activities. You're watching the Bob Hilbert Sportswear Short Track Super Series, fueled by Sunoco from the Middleford Speedway.
From Niagara to the Hudson, from Champlain to Erie, from nuclear to farming, High Torque of New York is your one-stop shop for torque tool and industrial bolting needs. Easily loosen or achieve accurate torque and bolt load with pneumatic, battery, or hydraulic-powered units. Serving every industry, mining and aggregates, transportation, energy, structural steel, and rail. On-site torque wrench calibration and repair, sales and rentals, training, bolting solutions, and more.
Need floors fast? I'm at the Carpet Guy. We have a huge inventory in stock, so you're not waiting weeks. From LVP to carpet, hardwood and tile, we have something for everybody. With expert local guidance, we'll help you find the right floor for your home. Plus professional installation that brings it all together. Stop by one of our showrooms in Selbyville and Salisbury, or schedule a free in-home consultation today. At the Carpet Guy, flooring done right.
And welcome back to FloRacing's live production here at the Clash at the Quarter Mile Coliseum. They call the Middleford Speedway, featuring the Bob Hilbert Sportswear Short Track Super Series, fueled by Sunoco. Before we go into this evening's Penske Racing Shock's opening ceremonies, we got to interview a couple of our hot lap heroes. And to do that, here's Jeff Olam.
Hey, thank you very much, Earl Hune. We have our ATL Fuel Cell Hot Lap hero for the modifieds tonight. It's Danny Creedon. Almost everybody that's here tonight, Dan, has never seen the track. There's been a couple guys maybe. You've never seen it. You rolled out here and set quick time. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I pulled a cushion up there to watch a couple weeks ago in the garage, and it looks neat, and we're all talking back in the pit area. It's like old 5 mile points, so pretty much what it is, and it's cool to come down, and especially last minute decision. About 8:30 I decided to come last night.
Wow. Well, 5 Mile Point is a track in New York, for those who don't know, who you used to race at and did quite well at. So part one is complete. Now the next part's getting through the heat race into the feature.
Yeah, we just got to make the redraw. It seems like it's tracks. They say it's narrow, but I mean I think it's going to kind of widen out when we get down in turn one. It's a little. I think I moved up a little bit. Got a good run off a corner. So we brought an old faithful car and our favorite little engine. So we'll see what we can do.
Congratulations. Go get them.
Thank you very much.
All right. Danny Creedon is your ATL Fuel Cell Modified Hot Lap hero. Now our JLR Technologies Sportsman Hot Lap hero is Adam White. Now, Adam, you may have had a couple of laps here, right?
Yeah, we've run here the last 2 years a few times. Ran second last time we were here, so got some confidence going in tonight. Being had some laps here where a lot of guys don't, I felt like I had an advantage early. So, here we are, hot lap hero. Last time I did this, I didn't run too well the rest of the night, so hopefully we do the opposite of that tonight.
So I'll tell you what, maybe a little different scenario tonight. We've got a stout field of cars. You've run the series already. You know that there's a lot of visitors come in when there's a home track guy here. So what's the game plan?
I think the game plan is just going to be a lot about track position. Like you said, there's a lot of stout cars here. It's going to be track position, redraw. There's a fast guy out front. He's going to be hard to beat.
So far, so good. Congratulations.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, your JLR Technology Sportsman Hot Lap hero is Adam White. Looks like we're about ready for tonight's Penske Racing Shock opening ceremony. So, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to officially welcome you tonight to the tight confines of Delaware's Middleford Speedway, hosting a first-time event, the Clash at the Quarter Mile Coliseum. This Quarter Mile Oval welcomes the Bob Hilbert Sportswear Short Track Super Series fueled by Sunoco for its biggest event in history, with both the New Jersey Quality Drywall Modified South Region and the Belmont's Garage South Region Sportsman Competition, with points-paying events for both divisions. Tonight's program serving as round 5 for the New Jersey Quality Drywall Modifieds and round 3 for the Belmont's Garage South Region Sportsman. More than $32,000 in purse money and bonuses are on the line for tonight in this historic event. On behalf of Middleford Speedway owner Greg Mitchell and the Short Track Super Series, we thank you all for attending in person tonight or watching live on FloRacing. We hope you all enjoy tonight's show. If you'll be kind enough to rise, we'll have our opening ceremonies here, the Penske Racing Shock opening ceremonies. First, our invocation with STSS Chaplain Greg Nitz.
Thank you. I have a local prayer request. There's Pastor Roland, Pastor Barry. They're involved with the local motorsports around here. Let's pray that they continue to enhance their time and the Lord puts it on their hearts to continue to serve the racing community down here. The truest thing about us is who God says we are, and right from Genesis 1, He says that we're all His children made in His image for His purpose, for His good and His glory. Unleash the promises and the power of His promises in our lives. Let's pray. Heavenly Father, Lord God, we just thank you. Here we are at Middleford Speedway in Delaware, Short Track Super Series for our maiden voyage, Lord. We just thank you for the opportunity to come here, take a moment, look to you, but most of all, it is about your love, your mercy, and your grace. And it is the truest thing that we have, and it's because of that gracious love you give us. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you, Greg. And now we'll pay tribute to our country, the brave servicemen and women of our U.S. military forces, and our beautiful flag here at Middleford Speedway, opening tonight's program with our national anthem. Would you please welcome Ronnie Taylor to perform the Star Spangled Banner.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Thank you very much, Ronnie Taylor, with our national anthem. We're just about ready to unleash the cars for racing here tonight at the Middleford Speedway. We're going to step aside for a quick break and come right back with our first qualifying events of the night. This is the Clash of the Quarter Mile Coliseum from Middleford Speedway.
From Niagara to the Hudson, from Champlain to Erie, from nuclear to farming, High Torque of New York is your one-stop shop for torque tool and industrial bolting needs. Easily loosen or achieve accurate torque and bolt load with pneumatic battery or hydraulic powered units. Serving every industry, mining and aggregates, transportation, energy, structural steel and rail. On-site torque wrench calibration and repair, sales and rentals, training, bolting solutions, and more.
Need floors fast? At Matt the Carpet Guy, we have a huge inventory in stock, so you're not waiting weeks. From LVP to carpet, hardwood and tile, we have something for everybody. With expert local guidance, we'll help you find the right floor for your home. plus professional installation that brings it all together. Stop by one of our showrooms in Selbyville and Salisbury, or schedule a free in-home consultation today. At the Carpet Guy, flooring done right.
We're back here at the Middleford Speedway for tonight's Clash at the Quarter Mile Coliseum. The Bob Middleford Sportswear Short Track Super Series, fueled by Sunoco. Thanks again to Matt, the Carpet Guy, our sponsor for tonight's racing event, providing a full range of services in the sale, installation, repair, and cleaning of carpet and luxury vinyl plank flooring with locations in Selbyville in Delaware and Salisbury, Maryland. It's flooring done right. Matt the Carpet Guy. Facebook, Matt the Carpet Guy. Instagram, at Matt the Carpet Guy. Our website is mattthecarpetguy.com. Thank you again to Matt the Carpet Guy, our race event sponsor tonight. And also, the Clash at the Quarter Mile Coliseum pit area title sponsor is Taylor & Messick. Tonight's Clash at the Quarter Mile Coliseum is presented by Taylor & Messick of Harrington, Delaware, located in the hub of Delaware. Taylor & Messick is your hometown John Deere dealer, home of the long green line. In addition to John Deere, Taylor & Messick offering numerous other brands to include Brillium, Bush Hog, Hamilton Equipment, Harlow Products, Landau, McFarland Ag Manufacturing, Rhino, and Unverferth. Visit the website at taylormessick.com or Facebook Taylor & Messick. The Clash at the Quarter Mile Coliseum pit area sponsor tonight is Taylor & Messick. Thanks to them and Matt the Carpet Guy. All right, our order of events tonight, the Modifieds will be running their 3 qualifying heats, followed by the Sportsmen running their 3 qualifying heats. Then we'll have the Delmarva Charger feature. Then we'll go to the Sportsman consolation. There will be no Modified consolation tonight. Then we'll have the Delaware Super Truck feature. Then the Short Track Super Series Sportsman B main will be coming up after that. And then we'll have the BA Custom Headers redraw at intermission, followed by the 50-lap Modified and the 25-lap Sportsman feature events. Now, just a little note here. The Clash at the Quarter Mile Coliseum qualified. Drivers again drawing for their heat race starting assignments for what heat race they will be in. The heat race groups hot lap together. The hot laps were timed. Heat race starting positions determined by the hot lap times with an invert of 3 tonight for the redraw positions. The top 16 qualifiers from heats and consolations will make the feature events tonight. For the Modifieds, all 18 are going to go in. And for the Sportsmen, it will be 16 that will qualify. The next 16 drivers will go to consolations, and then a fully paid B main. The 2 highest drivers unable to qualify in Belmont's Garage South Region points will be added as provisional starters at half the green money in the A main. So again, there will be no B main for the Modifieds. They will all go to the feature. The Sportsmen with a larger field will have the 3 qualifying heats, the 2 consies, and the B main prior to their 25-lap feature.
Promoter there, outside turn. Yeah, Richard. Sorry, I forgot his name.
Don't forget, you can keep up to date with the Short Track Super Series all season long as we travel through our second decade of racing. ShortTrackSuperSeries.com, Short Track Super Series Facebook at Short Track SS on X, Instagram at Short Track SS, YouTube Short Track Super Series. Thanks to our sponsor, Exotic Brand, sponsoring the white flag 1 to go in the Sportsman. The Exotic Brand, established in 2019, is a multimedia public relations company based in upstate New York. The Exotic Brand striving to set the standard in the industry with a modern and unique approach to your idea every time. Offering PR management and social media content, graphic design, business management, and more. We strive to change the way your world is viewed, like the Exotic Brand on Facebook or at the Exotic Brand on Instagram. Barron's Performance Warehouse Modified 1 to go. The Exotic Brand Sportsman 1 to go. Troyer Dirt Cars doing the 2 to go lap at all 2026 Short Track Super Series Modified and Sportsman events. Troyer Dirt Cars presenting the 2 to go lap. Troyer Dirt Cars is a continuation of the same great craftsmanship and race car building expertise that began with Troyer Engineering in 1977. Troyer Dirt Cars is the home of the TD5 chassis and components. Visit TroyerDirtCars.com to learn more. And Penske Racing Shock sponsored our opening ceremonies tonight. Before the first official green flag of the night. Penske Racing Shocks presenting opening ceremonies. Penske Racing Shocks, the industry leader in providing high-quality racing shocks for automotive vehicles, motorcycles, and off-road vehicles. Every single shock built, machined, and hand-built. No assembly lines, no stamped-out pieces, and no offshore manufacturing. The personalized attention provided to every product sold provides the finest reliability, consistency, and performance. Learn more on the web at PenskeShocks.com or like Penske Racing Shocks on Facebook, X, or Instagram. Penske Racing Shocks providing our sponsorship for the opening ceremonies. All right, we are ready to go. Heat number 1 of 3 for the New Jersey Quality Drywall South Region Modifieds here for the Clash at the Quarter Mile Coliseum. Pole position in the Ace Materials number 6, Matt Stengel, alongside driving in the number 1J. That is the Watson Realty Group entry of Jordan Watson. Second row, the Floor Machine and Tool. Number 16, that is Loudon Reimert. Alongside of him, the Weak Neck Archery 7mm, Michael Moreska. Final row, driving the Beach Custom Services 52, Jason Musser. And the Hair with a Flare 8 mod is Norman Short. We're ready to go. Heat number 1 of 3 for the Short Track Super Series Modifieds. Here's the green.
Great side-by-side start as the field rumbles in the turns number 1 and 2. Jordan Watson in that 1J. He's going to jump out to the early lead, but look at the 6 of Matt Stengel right on the rear bumper as we come down to complete lap number 1.
Everybody will go to the feature tonight, and we will have the top 3 going to the redraw. Right now, Watson leads the way down the back straightaway, followed by Matty Ice, Matt Stengel, and then running in the number 3 spot. Right now, the last redraw spot off the turn will be Loudon Reimert.
Michael Moreska in that 7mm right now outside of that redraw. Feature winner earlier this year in Short Track Super Series competition, trying to find a way around the 16 of Loudon Reimert, also past winner here with the series, but Reimert is all over Matt Stengel for the runner-up spot.
Michael Moreska is not in the redraw yet. Here comes the halfway signal. Reimert to the inside of Stengel as they move out of turn 4. Reimert now second, Stengel is in third, and Michael Moreska closing in looking for a redraw position.
Don't got to worry about the leader, Jordan Watson. Last time by, he had a 1.5 second lead. We'll look at it this time, and right now, Watson started to lose a little bit of ground. Reimert took a 10th off right there. As this time by, Jeff Allen, we're going to come down to the Troyer Dirt Car Twin Sticks. 2 laps to go.
2 to go for Jordan Watson. Multi-time champion at Delaware International Speedway in his career, working out of the turn and a one-time winner here in modified competition. He's got the lead now as we will get the Barron's Performance Warehouse white flag. 1 lap to go as Moreska is challenging Stengel for third.
That final redraw spot, who is going to get it as Moreska diamonds the corner there off of turn number 2. We're going to come back to the Sunoco checker flag. Jordan Watson, he'll win it. Reimert second. Who's going to finish in third and give it to Matty Ice, Matt Stengel.
Heat race number 1 into the record book, grabbing the victory, is the number 1J Jordan Watson. Runner-up spot will be the 16 of Loudon Reimert. Third, the 6 of Matt Stengel. Stengel is your final card of the redraw. 7mm, Michael Moreska, the 52, Jason Musser, and the 8 mod of Norman Short. All right, heat number 2 will line up this way, pole position. Driving out of Bohemia, New York, last year's Bridgeport Motorsports Park champion. Driving in the Northeastern Office Equipment, Polack Farms number 6D, Dylan Stoyer. Outside of him, 2-time champion in his career at the Fonda Speedway and a former Short Track Super Series New Jersey Quality Drywall South Region champion, driving the Millman Napa Auto Parts, Easy Work Trucks, Gary Simpson Contracting, number 84Y, Kid Rocket, Alex Jankowski. Row number 2 to the inside, driving the Vinny Salerno-owned Tire Discount Center, Kaiser Aluminum Wheels, number 4, out of Walden, New York, Anthony Parego. And alongside of him, driving out of Middleford, Delaware, driving in the Auto Gallery, number 39, Joseph Watson. Third row to the inside, out of Milford, Delaware, driving the Short Load Ready Mix Concrete, number 5B, Bobby Butler. And the final starting spot, the Mancini Custom Homes, number 13T, out of Vineland, Anthony Tramontana. Anthony getting his first ever modified win a couple months ago at the Bridgeport Motorsports Park. That is your feel here for heat race number 2 Again, 8 laps. Everybody will go to the feature. 3 will go to the redraw.
So the caution lights are out once again. We go green at the Sunoco start zone in turn number 4. Dylan Stoyer, Alex Jankowski will bring the field down to the Sunoco start zone. They're there. Green flag is out. We are underway for the second heat race of the evening.
Side by side into the turn. Kid Rocket loves the outside, and he'll try and use that to grab the lead as they work down the back straightaway. Jankowski and Stoyer, 2 young lions of modified racing. Jankowski will lead lap 1.
Stoyer will settle in that runner-up spot right now. Anthony Borrego into 3rd. Joseph Watson looking pretty sporty right now in that 39, trying to keep Borrego at bay. Remember, like Jeff has been saying, the top 3 out of these heat races will move into the BA Custom Headers redraw coming up a little bit later on in the program. As you saw, Watson, he took a shot that time by down low in turns 1 and 2.
Yeah, Watson trying to get by Borrego for that 3rd spot. Meanwhile, Tramontana has moved up to 5th, getting by Butler, and he gets wide out of 4, and Butler will move back in. Meanwhile, Alex Jankowski is pulling away a little bit now from 2nd place, Dylan Stoyer.
We're going to come to the halfway point, 4 laps in, 4 to go. As we mentioned, the track has a lot of grip and a lot of speed out there. We're still into the very low 15-second bracket in this heat race. Alex Jankowski, last time by, he had a 1.2-second lead, but look at the run Anthony Borrego has right now, trying to reel in Dylan Stoyer for 2nd.
Yeah, Borrego trying to catch Stoyer for 2nd. They are both in the redraw. Watson trying to catch Borrego to get into the redraw, and Butler has now moved around. Tramontana will get the Troyer Dirt Car. 2 to go signal here for your leader, Kid Rocket, Alex Jankowski.
2nd, 3rd, and 4th, all right there. That's Stoyer, Borrego, Watson. Can Joseph Watson steal that final redraw spot away from Anthony Borrego? As we come down to the Barris Performance White Light, final time around, it's still all Alex Jankowski out front in the Millman Napa Auto Parts 84Y.
Here comes the Sunoco checker. It will fall for Alex Jankowski, followed by Stoyer, Borrego, Watson, and it looks like Butler will get back to the wire before Tramontana. Heat race number 2 for the New Jersey Quality Drywall South Region Modifieds into the record book. Your winning driver, Kid Rocket, the 84Y, Alex Jankowski. In the Millman's Napa Auto Parts, number 84Y. Runner-up, the 6D, Dylan Stoyer. And 3rd to 4, Anthony Borrego. They will go to the BA Custom Headers redraw. They were followed by the 39, Joseph Watson, the 5B, Bobby Butler, and the 13T, Anthony Tramontana. Lineup for heat race number 3. Pole position. Driving out of Neshannock Station, New Jersey, the Dan Sommerling, Danny's Pizza Pizzazz. Number 51 will be the driver out of Branchburg, New Jersey, Ryan Krachin. Alongside of him, the Craig and Leslie Ponja CNS Equipment. Shortload Concrete number 6 car will be Danny Buck out of Pipersville, Pennsylvania. Second row to the inside, your ATL Fuel Cell Hot Lap hero, and a winner this year out the Bedford Fairgrounds, driving in the Shackleton Auto and Truck Parts number 16X, Danny Creedon out of Wurtsboro, New York. Alongside of him, he's made the move to the modifieds, the 3rd generation of his family to go racing here in the state of Delaware. Driving out of Milford, driving in the Millman's Napa Auto Parts, Armstrong overhead doors, number 91, Luke Bunting. Final row to the inside, driving out of Ringo's, New Jersey, the Bridgeport Motorsports Park point leader. In the Izzy Trucking Rig, number 26, Ryan Godown. And the final starting spot, driving the Mancini Custom Homes, Woodhaven Lumber, number 7M from New Gretna, New Jersey, Paul Mancini. Again, everybody qualifies. 3 to the redraw. Here comes heat number 3.
Keep your eye on the 26 Orion Godown starting in the final row in this one. As we are side by side off of turn 2, a little bit of contact for the top spot. There goes the 51 Orion Krachin. Now here comes Danny Creedon. What a great opening lap to make hard, heavy contact there off of turn 4. And now here comes the 91 of Luke Bunting. Oh my, what a wild and crazy opening lap for the final heat race.
Yeah, Creedon got under Buck going down the back into turn 3 and 4. They rubbed the wheels in turn 4, sending Buck up the track a little bit, and Luke Bunting was able to slide by, go down behind Buck. then the 7 of Mancini. Meanwhile, Ryan Cratchin, who at one point was being challenged by Buck for the lead, has the lead uncontested.
Did I mention I love this place already, and this is only the third heat race of the night on this tight quarter mile. My goodness, folks, can't wait for 2027. Meanwhile, we'll move on. Ryan Cratchin, last time by, had an even 1 second lead. Danny Creedon looking pretty good right now in second, and Luke Bunting in third.
Heading into the turn, Danny Buck trying to pedal hard, kicking that left front wheel off the racetrack, trying to catch Luke Bunting for that third and final redraw slot. Bunting, meanwhile, moving in now on Creedon. Here they come off the turn. It is still Ryan Cratchin, the leader.
Buck is trying to bring that upper groove in as we will come down to the Troyer dirt car, 2 laps to go. I don't know, maybe Buck may have a little bit of damage to the right rear of that car, but it's not slowing him down as he has Luke Bunting looking to the inside of Creedon right now for the runner-up spot.
We are going to get the Barron's Performance Warehouse white flag, 1 to go. Second, third, and fourth are all getting pretty tight. Here comes Buck moving in on Bunting, Bunting moving in on Creedon as we work the final lap in heat number 3.
Sunoco checker flag waves. Cratchin Hill win it. Second will go to Danny Creedon, and Luke Bunting goes in that final redraw spot as Buck jumped the cushion going into turn 3, hitting the wall. As that will conclude the final heat race for the Bob Hilbert Sportswear Short Track Super Series Modified.
All right, your top 3 to the redraw. The 51, Ryan Cratchin will get the heat race win. 16X Danny Creedon is second. Third will be the 91 Luke Bunting. They go to the redraw, followed by the 6 Danny Buck, the 26 Ryan Godown, and the 7M of Paul Mancini. Heat race action completed for the New Jersey Quality Drywall South Region Modifieds. Jordan Watson, Alex Jankowski, and Ryan Cratchin, your heat winners. First of 3 8-lap heats now for the Belmont's Garage South Region Sportsman. Pole position, driving in the J.T. Rogers Marine number 1 star, will be Zach Weller. Alongside of him, driving the A&S Contractors number 27, Robbie Emery. Second row to the inside, the Yaros Industries, Taylor Woodworking number 41, Nick Van Wickle. And alongside of him, in the L&J Motorsports number 94, J. Jordan Justice. Third row to the inside, driving the U.S. Electrical 69K, Stephen Camery. And alongside of him, the Edward Yesick Trucking, Foweiler's Garage number 28, the Lynn Peters Motorsports entry of Jimmy Leiby. Fourth row to the inside, he is the point leader of the Bridgeport Motorsports Park and a recent feature winner. Driving in the Pioneer Pole Building Springfield Meets number 117, Jesse Herthler. Alongside of him, the Shenango Valley number 47H is Cody Carroll. Final starting position, driving out of Middleford in the 9N, Greg Naylor. That is your lineup for heat number 1. 9 cars, 8 laps. Will take the top 4 to the feature, 3 to the redraw. 4 will qualify with a field of 26. Belmont's Garage Short Track Super Series Sportsman in the house tonight. We're heading to the Sunoco starting zone. Heat number 1, here they come.
Pretty wide already. The field comes down to get the green flag. Zach Weller. Turns number 3 and 4 side by side behind him. Look at Nick Van Winkle in that 41 as he'll move right into the runner-up spot. Slid high a little bit. Now look at the 27 of Robbie Emery.
Yeah, Emery, remember, got his first ever STSS win back in July at the Bridgeport Motorsports Park. Heading into the turn, Nick Van Wickle has been a Grandview regular this year. He's putting the pressure now on the 1 of Weller. Here comes the battle now. Jordan Justice battling with Emery for the last redraw spot.
The top 4 finishers will directly into the feature event. Top 3 go into the VA Custom Headers redraw lap starting to tick away. This is the first heat race for the Sportsman drivers. Pretty good right now. What a surface that they have here early on in the night. The track crew was out here all afternoon long. We got here around 11 a.m. and they were already out there, had the trailer out there, had a water track. Absolutely tip of the cap to the track crew.
Nick Van Wickle still chasing after the leader, Zach Weller. Weller now will get the Troyer Dirt Car 2 to go signal. Emery has fought off the challenges of Jordan Justice. Emery is the last car in the redraw. Justice the last car in a qualifying spot, followed by Kemery, Libby, and Jesse Herthler. This time around, we will get the exotic brand white flag, 1 to go.
You can see on your screen that Nick Van Winkle in that runner-up spot. Starting to reel in Zach Weller for the lead. But the sand is starting to run out of the hourglass as they will come down to the Troyer Dirt Car, 2 laps to go. Who is going to win this race? Right now, it's still all Zach Weller out front.
Heading down the back straightaway, Weller still leading the way. This time will be we got trouble in 3. Yellow is out. 6 laps down and 2 to go. Greg Naylor in the 9, the car facing the wrong direction down here. Six down, 2 to go. Naylor able to drive away from the spin out scene down here in the corner. Weller leading. Van Wickle was trying to close the gap. Weller gets his choice of lane on a double file restart. Weller's picking the bottom. Van Wickle alongside Emery and Justice. They are in the qualified spots right now. Kemery next in line, trying to move into a qualifying position. After Kemery is Libby, then Herthler. Here they come.
We're going to go green, white, checkered. Who's going to win it and who are going to be the 3 drivers to move into that redraw? Side by side they go. The turns number 1 and 2. Here comes Van Wickle. He will look to the inside of turn 3 for so. Oh boy, that was real close. We're going to come to the exotic brand white flag final time around.
And we got another car spinning now in turn number 4. He's back out on the racetrack, still moving. We're still under green. Weller still leading as we come for the Sunoco checker. Zach Weller leading the way by a car length over Nick Van Wickle, followed by Emery Justice for the qualifying positions. Heat race number 1 was an adventuresome one for the Belmont's Garage South Region Sportsman, taking the first heat race win tonight. The 1-star Zach Weller, who's got a flare up here. Weller's got a flare up here after the checker. Looks like the flare up went out. He probably shut the car off, stopped the fuel, flow to the engine. So the safety team is right there. So your winning driver, the 1-star Zach Weller, runner-up, the 41 of Nick Van Wickle, third, the 27 of Robbie Emery. They will go to the redraw, and qualifying in 4th spot, the 94J of Jordan Justice. Lineup for heat number 2, pole position, driving in the SBT Shockwave number 4U from Hamilton, Johnny Bangs, and alongside of him, driving the Holly Hill Farm 62 from Milford is Jackson Hill. Second row to the inside, your JLR Technology Sportsman Hot Lap Hero. Out of Laurel, the Superior Homes 15 is Adam White. And alongside of him, driving out of Laurel, Delaware, he is driving in the Beach Custom Services, number 52, James Hill, former Short Track Super Series South Region Champion. Starting third row inside, driving out of Middletown, Delaware, the GFP Mobile Mix, Training Tales Dog Daycare, number 59, Tom Moore Jr. And alongside of him, the Drain Man Plumbing, Springfield Meats, 28 is Brian Rhodes. Fourth row to the inside, driving in the Maisley's Moon Children's Book 711, Cherry Cheney, and alongside of him, driving in the 1X, Ethan Brazier. Final starting spot, driving in the Danny Sommerling, Danny's Pizza Pizzazz, BK Trucking, number 51 will be Matt Peck. 9 cars, 8 laps, 4 to qualify, 3 to the redraw.
As we get back underway, contact there, beating the bag in the turns number 1 and 2. More contact down the back straightaway. Tom Moore Jr. trying to make his way through the field. Will come down to complete lap number 1. And right now, Adam White is going to set the pace.
Into the turn, we've got Adam White leading the way. Jackson Hill, a rookie driver this year, running in the number 2 spot heading into the turn. Right behind Jackson now, we've got a battle for that 3rd and 4th spot. Down the chute comes Johnny Banks and Tom Moore Jr.
see the drivers throughout the field starting to settle in right now. There you see the Tom Moore Jr. 59 machine all over Johnny Banks for that final redraw spot.
Working down the back straightaway now. Jackson Hill trying to close the gap. Whoa, White had the front end washout on him, and Jackson Hill closes right in as they head down the front straightaway into the turn. Jackson White, former slingshot driver, now into the 602 Sportsman, and a winner this year at Delaware International here at Middleford. Whoa,
sideways.
White spins right in front of Hill. White spun right in front of Hill. Hill got into him, but Hill was able to get around him and keep on going, and White will move away from the spin out scene. What a heartbreaker for Adam White getting into the turn. Something happened. He had the back end just break loose on him coming between the corners. Jackson Hill had no place to go, got right into the back of him. Somehow the 15 ended up spinning around, and now we are told he has a flat tire. So he's going to get his courtesy laps. Adam White will get his courtesy laps for a flat tire. 4 down, 4 to go. Earl must have hit White just right because he didn't seem to do any damage to his wheels. He may have damaged the bumper a little bit, but somehow he managed to get through and maintain the #1 spot.
I do believe we do have a replay of it. If we could bring it up one more time. This is a battle for the lead. And he just gets sideways. White right there in turn 4. And he got sideways all by himself. No contact there whatsoever. White making his way back to the Taylor and Messick pit area this evening. So we're going to have to see if the crew found a flat right rear tire, as we are being told over the Racing Electronics radio system that he is getting to his crew right now back into the pit area. And getting word that he lost his brakes, so no flat tire. He lost his brakes. He's going to call it a heat race. Hopefully they can make the changes that they need for the B main coming up a little bit later on in the program. But Jeff, the caution lights are out. We're going to come back to green once again at the Sunoco Race Fuels restart zone in turn 4.
All right, heat race number 2 of 3 for the Belmont's Garage South Region Sportsman here for the Clash at the Quarter Mile Coliseum here at Middleford Speedway. Jackson Hill and Johnny Bangs in row number 1. Back to green, Tom Moore Jr. battling down the back straightaway, trying to get into the top 3 as they work on the back straightaway. Here comes Hill leading lap number 5.
Started outside row number 3, and now he's in the 3rd when we got back underway. So right now he is in that final redraw spot as we come to the Troyer Dirt Car Twin Sticks. 2 laps to go. Top 4 Junior all over James Hill.
Yeah, James Hill, former STSS champion, heading down the back straightaway now, moving in to battle it out now is Tom Moore Jr. Moore trying to get the last redraw spot. He does have a qualifying spot as we get the exotic brand white flag final lap. Jackson Hill's got a comfortable lead.
And he'll make his way into turns number 3 and 4 for the final time. They'll come back to the Sunoco second flag. Jackson Hill, the heat race winner. Second will go to Johnny Banks. James Hill gets that 3rd and final redraw spot over Tom Moore Jr. and Matt Peck.
Heat race number 2, the 62 Jackson Hill is the winning driver. The Holly Hill Farms entry. Runner-up spot will be the 4U of Johnny Bangs. 3rd, the 52 James Hill. They go into the redraw, and also qualifying the 59 of Tom Moore Jr. Lineup for heat race number 3 for the Belmont's Garage South Region Sportsman. Pole position out of Upper Makefield, Pennsylvania. He's one of 3 drivers in the point title hunt here this season. He's a former STSS champion. driving out of Upper Makefield, Pennsylvania. He's also the current Grandview point leader, driving the GNT Erectors. Sweetwater Marina and Riverdeck, Jones Racing Products number 9, Joe Toth. Outside of him in the Iceless number 4 out of Elmer, New Jersey, the current point leader this year in the Belmont's Garage South region, that's Travis Hill. Row number 2 to the inside out of Norristown, driving in the True brand, Allegheny Iron and Metal, Rain-X, and Belmont's Garage number 22A, Adriana Delabondi. And alongside of Adriana, driving in the CTC Construction Belmont's Garage Stonebreaker Cabinetry number 59 from Percy, Pennsylvania, Colin Cox. Third row to the inside out of South River, New Jersey. In the K&A Excavating Rayco Auto Service number 2B, Christopher Buffalino. And alongside of Christopher, driving in the Mexican Gray number 4W, that's Brandon Watkins. Final row to the inside, the Izzy Trucking and Rigging All-County Overhead Door number 14B, Ethan Bill. And the final starting spot out of Creambridge, the Elegant Exteriors, Belmont's Garage number 20, will be Ryan Simmons. 8 cars in this one, 8 laps, 4 will go to the feature.
So the final heat race of the evening, starting off to a wild start as officials not happy with that start, but you can see 3 cars getting together in turn 2.
So no start was called by us, and we have a tangle over there in turn number 2 that occurred after we called the false start. So everybody will go back to where they were. Everybody will go back to where they were, including the cars that were involved in the tangle.
Okay.
Tension back in the pit area. Delmarva Chargers, we need you staging. Delmarva Chargers, we need you staging for your feature, please. We got a car going in for a courtesy lap. We had a flat tire as a result of the contact over there, the Taylor and Messick pit area.
That is going to be the 14B of Ethan Bill going back into the pit area. If you haven't yet and you are here at the Speedway, don't forget to check out the Short Track Super Series merchandise stand outside of turn number 4. If you're at home watching, we're going to bring up that QR code right now. That is going to officially take you to the Bob Hilbert Sportswear Short Track Super Series online store. Scan that QR code. You can make your order right there on the online store to purchase your official STSS gear. But again, if you are here at the Speedway, our merch stand is set up just on the outside of turn 4. We have limited supplies left. We had all kinds of merchandise really flying off the table earlier this afternoon. So we have limited supplies left. Make sure you stop by before you leave the program.
Yep, and the hats that we will use in the redraw you can also get on the online store at bobhilbertshop.com. Some of our presenting marketing partners this year include St. Lawrence Radiology, led by Dr. Michael Maresca, St. Lawrence Radiology Associates, providing radiology services throughout New York, Pennsylvania, and Maine. Thank you to St. Lawrence Radiology. Also, Swagger Factory Apparel, all gas, no brakes. Swagger Factory Apparel is the Northeast's fastest growing motorsport safety gear and apparel company. Built for real racers by racers. Race with Swagger, like Swagger Factory Apparel on Facebook or visit swaggerfactory.com to learn more. We also would like to thank Dig Race Products. Since 2016, Dig Race Products has focused solely on Northeast Dirt modified shocks and suspension tuning. Located centrally in New York State, Dig is the industry leader in trackside shock and setup support. This hands-on at-the-track approach is what leads the design and development in delivering the highest quality shock absorbers to the dirt oval track market. Take your program to the next level and feel the difference on Dig. Learn more at 607-218-6282. DigRaceProducts.com is the website, or like Dig Race Products on Facebook, Instagram as well. Ready for the restart. Complete restart for heat number 3. Here they come.
So Joe Toth and Travis Hill will bring the field down to green. Another wild and crazy start, 3 wide for P3. More contact as there's still 3 wide going down the back straightaway.
Motoring into the turn, Joe Toth has the lead. Whoa, Joe has a little trouble in turn 4. Moving in is Travis Hill, side by side now for third spot heading into the turn. Watkins battling for position now with Buffalino, the youngster who's been having quite a year this year at the Bridgeport Motorsports Park.
Hey, how are you? Brandon Watkins making his way through the field. He's up the fourth. He's all over Buffalino, who's in that third spot. Buffalino got a little tight there in the middle of turns number 1 and 2. Watkins still all over the rear bumper.
Yeah, Ethan Bill was able to get his tire changed and get back out on the track. He's already gained a couple of spots now. Colin Cox in the 59, trying to close the gap now on Watkins. Watkins has the last qualifying spot, trying to go after Buffalino for the last redraw spot as they head down the back. Meanwhile, Joe Toth has corrected his handling issue and it seems to be pulling away just a little bit from Travis Hill.
Joe Toth has a 4-car length lead over Travis Hill right now. As a great run by Buffalino off of turn 2, has a head of steam in the 3, still all over Hill for that runner-up spot.
Here comes Buffalino. Buffalino now moving in on Travis Hill for second. Watkins getting a little too low in the infield there, doing a little whoopsie-doo over there in the corner, trying to close in on Buffalino, but now he's got to contend with Colin Cox, who's knocking on his back bumper down the straightaway. We've got the Toyota car 2 to go.
Colin Cox is right now on the outside looking in. Remember, the top 4 finishers out of these heat races will move into the feature event coming up a little bit later on in the program. The exotic brand white flag flies. Right now, it's all Joe Toth out front, really increasing his lead as he makes his way down the backstretch for the final time.
Looking for a Sunoco checker here in heat number 3. It will be Joe Toth out of the turn, taking the victory, followed by Hill, then Buffalino and Watkins as your qualified cars here in heat race number 3. Your winning driver in heat race number 3, the 9 of Joe Toth. The G&T Erector, Sweetwater Marina and Riverdeck number 9. Second spot to the 4, the Iceless 4 of Travis Hill. And third, driving the Rayco Auto Service number 2B of Christopher Buffalino. Those 3 go to the redraw. Qualifying 4th position was the 4W of Brandon Watkins. So we have 12 cars into tonight's Sportsman feature of the 26 that signed in tonight. We'll have a pair of Constellations and still a B main to go for the Sportsman. Modifieds, meanwhile, have completed all of their qualifying. Zach Weller, Jackson Hill, and Joe Toth are your heat race winners for the Belmont's Garage South Region Sportsman. Delmarva Chargers are up next. All Delmarva Chargers, you should be lined up now, please. Delmarva Chargers, you should be lined up, please. We're going to go to a quick commercial break, and we'll come back with the Delmarva Charger feature. You're watching the Quarter Mile Clash at the Coliseum here at Middleford Speedway. We're back here at the Middleford Speedway for tonight's Clash at the Quarter Mile Coliseum for the Bob Bilbert Sportswear Short Track Super Series, fueled by Sunoco. 4 classes on hand tonight in addition to our Short Track Super Series. We've got the 2 of the local divisions, the Delmarva Chargers and the Delaware Super Trucks. Track announcer Mark Keelblock alongside. He'll tell us who's in feature number 1 tonight for the Chargers.
All right, Jeff, starting on the pole in car number 10 out of Pocomoke, Maryland is Joe Waters. Alongside Joe, out of Georgetown, Delaware in the 84 is Freddie Parks. Inside the second row, out of Seaford in the 27W is Derek Swafford. Alongside of Derek, out of Chesapeake City, Maryland, the 67 is Ron Faulkner. Starting 5th The 31R out of Laurel, Delaware is Ashlyn Januszewski. 6th place starter, Tammy Collier out of Henderson, Maryland. Starting 7th, Jeff Merriman. He's got a feature event win here this year, Pocomoke, Maryland. The last row, 38 special, Cam Kreutz in Hettagalena, Maryland, and rounding out the field, Rachel Walls, the 13W. Here they come now, rolling into the start zone. Joe Waters up to him to get us started. Here they come. Waters with a gap into turn number 1. Swafford, the 27W, drops into the 2nd spot. The 31 of Ashlyn Januszewski, also competing in the trucks tonight, rides 3rd. Ron Faulkner, the 67, in the 4th spot. Ashlyn Januszewski with a move on the inside corner number 1. She sweeps around Swafford and sets her eyes on the leader, Joe Waters. Waters, the 10 now, off of corner number 4. Ashlyn Januszewski had a big night at the Georgetown Speedway a couple of weeks back. She was a winner in both the Chargers and the trucks, and looking to put a feature event win on the board here tonight. She's under pressure from Swafford. And yellow out. Freddie Parks slowing off corner number 4 in the 84, and he comes to a stop. So that puts us under yellow for the first time tonight with the Delmarva Chargers.
We'd like to say thank you to a couple more of our marketing partners for the Short Track Super Series, FX Caprera Car Companies. FX Caprera Car Companies operating family-owned and operated dealerships across the North Country of New York State. FX Caprera Honda and Kia in Watertown. FX Caprera Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram of Alexandria Bay. FX Caprera Ford in Ogdensburg. In addition to FX Caprera Harley-Davidson motorcycles and trailer sales in Adams Center. FX Caprera now in Central New York. Visit FX Caprera Syracuse on Huntley Road in Phoenix, New York. The FX Caprera family of dealerships is on the web at fxcaprera.com. Also, thanks to DKM Fabrication. DKM, operated by Dave Constantino and Eric Mack, is driven to disrupt the dirt racing industry with superior products. Their advantage is a cutting-edge approach to designing cars that are unique to any that have ever been seen and ever been available on the market before. DKM also specializes in chassis repair, body fabrication, and custom products. Learn more on the web at dkmracecars.com, like DKM Fabrication on Facebook, or follow at DKM_fabrication on Instagram.
All right, Joe Waters ready to lead us back to green as they enter the start zone. Ashlyn Januszewski alongside. Starter shows him the green. We're back underway. Waters takes him down the front into corner number 1, side by side with Swafford and Januszewski on the outside. Swafford with a good run down the back now. He secures that 2nd spot over Ashlyn Januszewski. Waters continues to lead, but Swafford looks to be the car on the move, closing the gap. And we got one way outside off of corner number 4 and another car around. Tammy Collier, the 31T, with broken suspension on the front. And it looks like Ashlyn Januszewski stopped facing the wrong way in corner number 4.
Yeah, Collier in the 31 made an abrupt right-hand turn, Mark, going into turn 4. We don't know if something broke first that sent her up into her fellow competitor, then up into the outside wall. She ended up stopping here on the front.
So either way, that's going to be the end of her night, unfortunately. And like we said, Ashlyn Januszewski coming off a big night at Georgetown Speedway a while back with a couple of wins in the same night. Has yet to win here, but she looks like she's there. We see the 31T on the replay. And it looks like that front end was broken.
Yeah, because she never hit the wall. Never hit the wall. She may have broken it when she hit the other car. We don't know, but there was some significant contact between the two.
So unfortunate break there for those cars. We got 3 feature event winners out on the track tonight. Jeff Merriman, Tammy Collier, unfortunately, is not going to double up. And then Ron Faulkner, also the 67, has been a winner this year. So track crew working on the 31R of Ashlyn Januszewski. Short Track Super Series Big Block Modifieds and the 602 Sportsman putting on a great show here tonight. And now a chance for one of our local divisions to shine. Joe Waters up front in the 10 with Derek Swafford alongside.
We'd like to say thanks to some more of our marketing folks here on the Short Track Super Series. JK Signworks, located in-house at DKN Fabrication, is your one-stop shop for all graphics and sign work, from lettering to trophies to signs both large and small. Like JK Signworks on Facebook to learn more. JK Signworks, DKN Fabrication, FX Caprera Car Company, Swagger Factory Apparel, Dig Race Products, and St. Lawrence Radiology are all Short Track Super Series 2026 presenting marketing partners. Also, thanks to Barron's Performance Warehouse, making the white flag lap lucrative in all STSS modified high torque in New York North region and New Jersey Quality Drywall South region points paying events. Points will be paid out to the top 3 drivers on every white flag lap during heats, consolations, and features at every Short Track Super Series modified points paying event. First place gets 3, second place gets 2, third place gets 1. Point totals will be tallied in both the North and South region. Top performers in both North and South regions will receive the following Barron's Performance gift cards. Overall, first will get a $1,000 gift card, second overall $500, and third $250. Shop online at barrons.com. The Barron's Performance Warehouse 1-to-go championship. We're lights out, ready for a restart.
2x2 side by side as they roll towards the start zone. Joe Waters looking to pick up his first feature event win of the year. Green flag is out. We're back underway. Swafford, also another driver, looking for his first win here at the Middleford Speedway. Faulkner in the 67 has been a winner here this season, looking to double up. 17 laps down, coming across, or 17 to go. Just the early stages of this Delmarva Charger feature. Joe Waters, the 10-year leader, 27W Swafford rides second, and Faulkner looks on from third now as he closes in on the bumper of Swafford in between 3 and 4. Waters with just a little bit of a gap now, about 3 car lengths over the second place running Swafford, as the Chargers begin to spin some laps off, a 20-lap feature. Waters off of corner number 4. So far, he has led wire to wire. Swafford and Faulkner not letting him get away. So 3 different winners in the Delmarva Charger division so far this year. Joe Waters looking to make his name number 4. As they go down the back, the gap stays constant, about 3 car lengths back to Swafford, as Faulkner closes in on Swafford now, begins to look for a way around for that second spot. Faulkner down on the inside now, trying to get a run off corner number 2. That battle between Swafford and Faulkner now goes side by side in between 3 and 4. Faulkner edges ahead now up to the second spot. So far, no one has had anything for Joe Waters. Let's see if Ron Faulkner can make it a second win on the year. Starter has cross flags in the air, halfway on the event. Faulkner now with a low entry into corner number 1. Closes that gap. He's got it down to about half a car length as Swafford looks on from third. Faulkner now begins to close. Waters holding a tight inside line. Waters off of corner number 2 down the back. Faulkner still searching for a way by. Starting to drift back now is Swafford in the third spot. Faulkner still right there. As the laps begin to wind down, 8 laps to go for Joe Waters out of Pocomoke, Maryland. Each lap, Faulkner able to close in, and then Waters able to pull away off the corner. Waters down the back. Lap traffic may become an issue here in a lap or two, as Faulkner now drops to the inside as close as he's been. Faulkner on the hunt. Off of corner number 2. Swafford about 5 car lengths back in the 3rd spot. Faulkner able to close in on corner entry, and Waters has been able to pull away on each lap. And now a lap car of Rachel Walls is going to be a factor as they go down the back. Which way is Waters going to go to get around this lap car as Faulkner looks on from 2nd? Waters drops to the inside. He's able to clear. So now Faulkner has to deal with the lap traffic as Waters rolls down the back. Faulkner now clears the lap traffic. Waters still with about a 3 car length lead. Swafford now working on Rachel Walls. So Waters shut out of victory lane so far this year, but tonight might be the night. As the starter holds 2 sticks in the air, 2 to go, 2 laps to go. Faulkner was able to draw alongside on 1 lap, but since then, Waters running clean laps and able to open up a 3 or 4 car length lead. Waters off of corner number 4 now. Starter's got the white flag in the air. Joe Waters down into corner number 1, and Faulkner closes in once again. Waters takes him down the back. Just 2 more turns to go to close this one out and go wire to wire. The checkered flag is out, and your winner is Joe Waters over Ron Faulkner and Derek Swafford. Delmarva Chargers feature event is complete, Jeff, and we got a first-time winner.
Always good to see. Joe Waters, of course, has been tough almost everywhere he goes, but hard to believe it's his first one here.
Also a big supporter of the division. If you look through some of the cars, a lot of them sponsored by Waters Garage. So Joe Waters in for the win. Ron Faulkner looking to double up, just came a little bit short, and Derek Swafford, the 27, is 3rd.
All right, Mark, thank you very much. Victory Lane for the Chargers will be coming up right after the truck feature. We've got the Sportsman Consolations up next, then the Delaware Super Truck feature, then we will do the 2 Victory Lanes combined. A pair of consolations for the Sportsman up next.
Good.
Thanks again to our Clash at the Quarter Mile Coliseum title sponsor, Matt the Carpet Guy. Matt the Carpet Guy providing a full range of services in the sale, installation, repair, and cleaning of carpet and luxury vinyl plank flooring. Locations in Selbyville, Delaware, and Salisbury, Maryland. It's flooring done right. MattTheCarpetGuy.com. And also thank you to Taylor and Messick. The pit area at tonight's Clash at the Quarter Mile Coliseum is presented by Taylor and Messick of Harrington, Delaware, located in the hub of Delaware. Taylor and Messick is the home of your hometown John Deere dealer and the home of the Long Green Line. In addition to John Deere, Taylor and Messick offering numerous other brands to include Brillium, Bush Hog, Hamilton Equipment, Harlow Products, Landau, McFarland Ag Manufacturing, Rhino, and Unverferth. Visit them on the web at taylorandmessick.com. So thanks again to Matt the Carpet Guy and Taylor and Messick. Consolation number 1 of 2. Here's the way they will go to the post for the Sportsman. 7 cars will be in both, and we'll take 2 out of each to the tonight's 25-lap feature. So 2 will go directly to the feature out of each consi. The rest will go to the B main. 69K Stephen Kembry is on the pole. He's out of Sicklerville, New Jersey, and alongside the 59C, Colin Cox out of Percy, Pennsylvania. Second row to the inside out of Gilbertsville, Pennsylvania, the 28 is Brian Rose, and alongside out of Boyertown, Pennsylvania, the 117 is Jesse Herthler. Third row to the inside out of Norristown, Pennsylvania, the 22A, Adriana Delaponte, and alongside out of Laurel, Delaware, the 15 is Adam White. Final scheduled starting spot out of Ridgely, Maryland, the 47H is Cody Carroll. First of 2, again, both Consolations will have 7 cars. Consolation number 2, we need you to stage, please. Consolation number 2, we need you to stage, please. Sportsman, Consi number 2, please. And Delaware Super Trucks, you can start getting ready. You will follow. Thank you. We mentioned that New Jersey Quality Drywall is our modified South Region sponsor. Our North Region sponsor for the modifieds is High Torque of New York. Are you putting the torque in New York? High Torque of New York is your one-stop shop for all torque, tool, and industrial bolting needs. They offer rentals, sales, solutions, and training, as well as on-site torque wrench calibration and repair of all manual, pneumatic, hydraulic, and battery-powered torque wrenches. Visit at High Torque New York on Facebook or X. All righty, we've got the lights out. We are missing 1 car. Carroll and White not answering the call. We're ready to go. 2 will go to the feature. 5 out of the scheduled 7 are on the track. 2 to the feature. Consi 1, here they come.
So we get back underway here at the quarter mile they call Middleford Speedway. Heat races were absolutely fantastic earlier on. Now, who are going to be the next 2 drivers to transfer into the feature event? Right now, the 69K, Steve Kevmery, he is going to be the early leader in this one.
Right now, down the back straightaway, Kevmery's got the lead. All sorts of great action going on for 3rd. Herthler making the move past Brian Rhodes. Now, Adriana Delaponte will go by as well. Colin Cox putting the pressure on Kevmery down the back straightaway. 2 track champions in their careers battling it out. Kemmery picking up a title at Bridgeport, and Cox last year at Grandview battling down the straightaway, and the current Bridgeport point leaders behind them. That is Jesse Herthler.
Jesse Herthler right now on the outside looking in. Got to find a way to catch the top 2 to transfer into the feature event as we are halfway, 4 laps in, 4 to go, and Herthler starting to get very close to the second driver of Colin Cox.
Yes, he is. Down the back straightaway, Stephen Kemmery down the back straightaway. He's got the lead. He had Colin Cox breathing down his neck briefly, but now pulling out just a little bit, and Cox might have to deal with Herthler and Delaponte.
Cox having a little bit of trouble trying to holding down the bottom side of the racetrack in turns number 1 and 2. Troyer dirt car 2 to go signal is out. Still, it's all Steve Kemmery out front. However, Colin Cox is getting hounded by Jesse Herthler and also Adriana Delaponte looking good right now.
Here comes the exotic brand white flag. 1 to go. Delaponte knocking on the back door of Jesse Herthler. Herthler not close enough right now to challenge Colin Cox as we work the final lap in Consi number 1.
Make their way down the back straightaway for the final times. They'll see the Sunoco checker flag. And Steve Kemmery, he will move on along with Colin Cox. Those are your top 2 drivers. And then Herthler is going to hang on to that 3rd position by a nose at the line.
So the 69K Stephen Kemmery will win Consi number 1, and the 59 of Colin Cox is 2nd. They will go into tonight's main event here for the Belmont's Garage South Region Sportsmen. Jesse Herthler, Adriana Delaponte, Brian Rhodes, and if they can go, Adam White and Cody Carroll, who did not start this, will all be eligible for tonight's B main. Attention in the pit area, Delaware Super Trucks. Let's line them up, please. Delaware Super Trucks, let's line them up, please. Here's your lineup for the second consolation. Pole position, the 51 will be Matt Peck out of Gibbstown, New Jersey. And alongside of him, the 28, driving out of Boyertown, Pennsylvania, Jimmy Leiby. Second row to the inside from Piles Grove Township, New Jersey, the 14B, Ethan Bill. And alongside from Ellendale, Delaware, the 711 is Terry Cheney. Row number 3 on the inside, driving out of Milford, Delaware, the 9N is Greg Naylor. Alongside of him from Greenbridge, New Jersey, the 20, Ryan Simmons. And the final starting spot from Delmar, Delaware, the 1X is Ethan Brazier. Again, 7 scheduled. 7 scheduled for this one. We'll see how many answer the call. Consolation number 2, Sportsman, should be on the track, please. Delaware Super Trucks, let's line them up. Delaware Super Trucks, please. Again, thanks to New Jersey Quality Drywall, our South Region title sponsor for the Modifieds, owned and operated by former Modified driver Dave Whitty. New Jersey Quality Drywall, founded in 1980 and incorporated nearly a quarter century ago in 1999. New Jersey Quality Drywall, servicing the tri-state area of New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and New York, and beyond with residential and commercial work. Residential capabilities include furnishing and installing drywall from single-family homes to large developments. Their commercial work includes steel framing, insulation, drywall, acoustic ceilings, and commercial fit-outs. New Jersey Quality Drywall can be reached by phone at 908-835-1880 or 908-303-9040 or email whittygroup@gmail.com. All right, looks like the 47 who scratched out of consi number 1, Cody Carroll, able to answer the call here for consolation number 2. The 1X of Brazier, the 20 of Simmons not answering the call for this one. And the 14 of Ethan Bill also not coming out. Here we go.
So the final qualifier of the evening for the Sportsman division gets underway. Matt Peck in the 51, jump out to the early lead as they are contact there in turn 4. I was going to say they were side by side, but really they weren't, because the 9 of Greg Naylor absolutely nailed Jimmy Lively in the rear end for that runner-up spot.
Motoring into the turn, here comes Leiby out of the turn, battling it out now with the 47 of Carroll. Carroll, remember, came out and started last. He's already gotten around 2 cars, and he's now battling Leiby down the back straightaway for position 2, which he will take entering turn 3.
That's a battle for the final transfer position. Now here comes the 28. Leiby looking back down low. More contact there in turns number 1 and 2. Man, this is starting to become a fantastic race for the final transfer.
Rubbing his racing apparently here in consi number 2. Leiby back to second, and Carroll is in third. Naylor's in 4th spot. Make that Cheney's in 4th, then Naylor next in line. Meanwhile, oblivious all the action, way out in front is Matt Peck in the Dan Sommerling number 51.
Peck had a 2.4 second lead. We'll look at the difference this time by, as now the caution flag waves. The 47H of Cody Carroll facing the wrong direction. Unfortunate series of events, being told that he got into the tires there on the bottom side in turn 4.
Yep, those equipment tires do not move very well. If you hit one of them with a race car, they're put there to keep you out of the infield, but he got a little too close. There's a FloRacing replay. He just clipped it with the left front, and it quickly turned him around. Everybody else got by. And looks like he will try to rejoin. No damage. Sometimes those equipment tires will bend the front end on a race car, but it looks like it is okay for Carroll. What this will do, Earl, is reset the field now. And we saw a little rubbing going on amongst a couple of drivers for the last qualifying spot. Matt Peck's big lead wiped out. Peck and Leiby will be in row 1 again. 2 will go to the feature. The rest will go to the B main. And the B main winner will have a choice. He can either collect the money for winning the B main or elect to be the last feature starter. There will also be a couple of provisionals added. The 2 highest drivers in the South Region Belmont's Garage points that fail to qualify will also be added to the starting lineup. Here they come.
So 3-lap dash to see what are going to be the final 2 drivers to make it into the feature event. A little contact there once again here on the restart. Carroll, he'll drive underneath Greg Naylor for the 4th spot. Troyer Dirt Car 2 to go signal is out. 2 laps to go. It's still all Matt Peck out front this one.
Matt Peck has a pretty good lead now as we work into the late stages. The Troyer Dirt Car 2 to go will come around to the exotic brand white flag right now. Matt Peck building up that lead once again over Jimmy Leiby. 1 lap remaining.
Matt Peck in the 51 pretty much on cruise control as he makes his way into turns number 3 and 4. He'll see the snow code checkered. He will win this consolation event moving on, and also with him will be the 28 of Jimmy Libby, finishing in that second and final transfer position.
All right, 51 Matt Peck and the 28 Jimmy Libby are your two qualifiers. Attention please, sportsman drivers for the B main. Sportsman drivers for the B main, be ready to line up as soon as the Delaware Super Truck feature is over. Super Truck should be lining up now. Sportsman B main will be immediately after the Super Truck, so let's start getting ready please. All right, so Steve Kemry and Colin Cox were the two qualifiers out of Consi 1. Matt Peck and Jimmy Libby qualified out of Consi number 2, so we have 4 more drivers into tonight's feature. We took 12 out of the heats, 4 here in the Consis, giving us 16. We also have a pair of provisionals to the highest drivers in South Region Belmont's Garage points that did not qualify. Plus, if the B main winner elects to take the money or go to the feature, we'll have to wait and find out after the Coliseum Clash 12-lap B main. All right, Mark Kilblock back in the house here, ready to give us the lineup for tonight's Delaware Super Truck feature event.
All right, thank you, Jeff. Starting on the pole, 13 trucks scheduled to go green. Starting on the pole out of Laurel, Delaware, in the 48 is Ashlyn Januszewski. Alongside, out of Millsboro, Delaware, in the 68 is Tony Ginta. Inside the second row is DJ Dewey in the 51. Alongside of DJ Dewey, Mod Light competitor here, trying his hand at the trucks out of Dover, Delaware, the 42, Jimmy Wills. Starting 5th, out of Bluxham, Virginia, is the 84W of Jesse West. Alongside of Jesse, out of Delmar, Delaware, is the 1 of Kyle Brazier. Starting 7th, out of Georgetown, Delaware, is the 80, is Nate Benson. And alongside of Nate, out of Millsboro, Delaware, the winner of the last 2 Super Truck features here in the 77L is Cole Lingo. Alongside of Cole, out of Sharptown, Maryland, the 7 is Tyler Burkett. Starting 10th, Michelle Collins out of Georgetown in the 27. Starting 11th in the 94, out of Frankfort, Delaware, is Troy Hopkins. The 708 is Carl Walker, starting 12th out of Millsboro. Rounding out the field is the 89 out of Laurel, Delaware, Thomas Jackson. So your Delaware Super Trucks, 2x2 down the front. They form up in their starting positions. Tony Ginta, the 68, DJ Dewey, the 51, up there in the first 2 rows. Both of them feature event winners earlier this year. Ashlyn Januszewski also seeing action in the Delmarva Chargers earlier this evening, had an unfortunate incident and unable to finish the feature. They roll through the start zone, and Ashlyn Januszewski on the loud pedal. We're underway side by side in the corner. Januszewski takes the lead going down the back. Ginta in a battle with DJ Dewey for the second spot, side by side in the corner as Ashlyn Januszewski opens up a small gap. Ginta now clears into the second spot. DJ Dewey runs third. 4th is Wills. 5th is Kyle Brazier. Just outside the top 5 is Cole Lingo. And now Ginta makes a move underneath Januszewski as she slows going down the back. Ashlyn Januszewski continues to slow into corner number 3. Ginta clears into the lead, so it looks like Januszewski is going to roll to a stop, just barely moving over there between 3 and 4. Yellow out for Ashlyn Januszewski. So not the night that Ashlyn Januszewski wanted. Unable to finish the Delmarva Charger feature, and now moving slowly, still under her own power, but very slowly here, and she has a flat right front tire. Flat right front tire on the 48 of Ashlyn Januszewski. So Ashlyn Januszewski will get courtesy laps to change that flat right front tire. This slides Tony Ginta now up into the lead. He's got a feature event win here earlier this season. So, Jeff, a rough night for a driver pulling double duty. Not the way you want it to go.
No, not going out on lap 2 of a 20-lap feature. That is not what you were looking for.
She was strong up front. She will get a chance to change the tire and come from the back, and it can be done here. We've seen some pretty wild action and a lot of passing here in the Delaware Super Truck division.
They are always entertaining. Every time I've ever watched or called one of their races, it's usually right down to the wire, so we'll see what happens here. Waiting for the courtesy laps to finish changing that tire, then we'll get back to action.
We say door handle to door handle. Sometimes it's front bumper to tailgate. But always a lot of action in the Delaware Super Trucks.
Again, thank you to everybody for being here at the racetrack tonight. Wow, what a fantastic turnout. Nice job in the pit area. Awesome job in the grandstand. Everybody down in the spectator zone in 3 and 4. Everybody tuning in at home on FloRacing tonight. You can see all the spectators outside turn 3 and 4 tailgating. Mark, they can tailgate right on the back of their own vehicles. Some of them have their motorhomes down there. It's pretty awesome.
I always like when I get a chance to get a break during the night to walk around corners 3 and 4 and check out everybody tailgating over there. And we even have a small section down towards corner number 1 too, where they do that as well. And there's places for spectators to put out their camping chairs. Just a cool place to watch a race.
Yeah, when I walked around there earlier today outside 3 and 4, it is a neat view looking at the track from the end, something you don't always get to see.
All right, so the Delaware Super Trucks forming up now, looking to go back to green. Just 2 laps complete of this 20-lap feature, 18 laps to go.
Hey, we'd also like to say thanks once again to our South Region title sponsor for the Sportsman, Belmont's Garage. Founded by Chick Belmont, Andy Belmont out serving as the Langhorne business manager. Belmont's Garage providing general auto and truck repair, servicing all brands of vehicles. Pennsylvania licensed RV and trailer inspection, Pennsylvania licensed motorcycle inspection, serving as a certified emergency repair, vehicle repair center. Belmont's Garage utilizing ASC certified technicians. Belmont's Garage located in Langhorne, Pennsylvania, on the web at belmontsgarage.com, or give them a call at 215-757-3813. Belmont's Garage is also on Facebook.
As we mentioned earlier, 5 different winners in the Delaware Super Truck division. Just one of them not here tonight. Chase Carter is the one that leads all drivers, but Chase not in the field. A pair of former winners up there on the front row, Tony Ginta and DJ Dewey. As they roll into the start zone, starter looks them over. Up to Tony Ginta to hit the throttle. We're underway. Ginta takes him into the corner. DJ Dewey in hot pursuit, and Jimmy Wills, Mod Light driver, seeming to take a liking to these Delaware Super Trucks as he's running third in his first Super Truck start of the feature. Wills dips down underneath Ginta, side by side behind him between Cole Lingo and Kyle Brazier. So Ginta starts to pull away now, but all jammed up for the second spot with Jimmy Wills now. Rolling into the second spot, Kyle Brazier trying to file on through underneath DJ Dewey. To 51 and up on 2 wheels. Jimmy Wills gets into one of the infield tires. Ginta leads around corner number 2. Wow. Yeah, we had Jimmy Wills get into those infield tires that bit one of the sportsmen. As you see, the left front took the brunt of that impact on Jimmy Wills. Really a shame because he was showing some strength out there. But those infield tires, as our race director, Tippy Martinez, says, they are undefeated. So the 42W comes to an unfortunate end. Maybe a little bit fortunate because he was up on 2 wheels. It looked like at one point he may go over, but Jimmy Wills' night comes to an end.
Yeah, we saw in the Sportsman Consi, there was no damage on the front of the Carroll 47, but it did turn him around when he hit that tire. So again, here's a replay coming up.
And there you see, up on 2 wheels.
Caught the tire that had the barrel in it, the starting barrel, and bent the left front wheel.
And the other 2 cars behind him doing a really good job of avoiding to keep going.
We'd like to say thanks to our Sportsman North Region title sponsor, Madsen Overhead Doors. Madsen Overhead Doors is in Spencertown, New York, a recognizable name in Northeast modified racing. Madsen Overhead Doors has been family owned and operated for 4 generations since 1954. They offer residential, commercial, industrial, loading dock equipment along with all garage door needs. A fleet of 18 sales, service, and installation trucks are equipped daily for installations and service. Madsen Overhead Doors covering the Capital District of New York, parts of the Hudson Valley, the Berkshires of Massachusetts, Litchfield County, Connecticut, Bennington County, Vermont, and surrounding areas. Madsen Overhead Doors, located on State Route 203 in Spencertown, New York, can be found on the web at MadsonOverheadDoors.com or reach by phone at 518-392-3883 for Madsen Overhead Doors.
So Ginta on the loud pedal once again. Resumes the lead. DJ Dewey right there. And out of the 8th starting spot comes Cole Lingo, challenging for second in the 77L. Lingo drops to the inside of DJ Dewey. They're going to go side by side through corners 3 and 4. And it looks like Cole Lingo is going to clear up into the second spot as DJ Dewey goes wide. 2 trucks together on the front going into corner number 1. Troy Hopkins, the 94, comes out on the short end of that incident. Troy Hopkins, the 94, facing the wrong way. Driver on the move is Cole Lingo, who started 8th and is now 2nd. And he's won 2 in a row here. So we'll see when they get back to green flag racing. And there you see 2 trucks tangling there on the front. The Nate Benson in the 80 and Troy Hopkins get together.
A little sheet metal loose. Here's another look at the replay, Mark.
There was almost a 3 wide. Well, there was a 3 wide situation there, but it wasn't the cleanest one we've ever seen.
No. One driver made a little bit of an abrupt turn in the middle of the 3 wide maneuver there, and that caused the chaos entering turn 1, a little bit of loose sheet metal. Hey, don't forget, Short Track Super Series has some upcoming events. We're going to get busy shortly. After having a little bit of an unwanted break due to the weather, Thursday, September 3rd, Afton Motorsports Park, Afton, New York, at the Afton Action 50. Short Track Super Series Modified High Torque New York North Region, 50 laps, $5,050 to win. Short Track Super Series Sportsman, Madsen Overhead Doors, North Region, 25 laps, $1,500 to win. That is Thursday, September 3rd at Afton. Then our rescheduled Canadian trip, Monday, September 7th, the Autodrome Granby, Quebec. That is the rescheduled Lumberjack Swing event number 1, the STSS High Torque New York Modified North Region, 60 laps, $10,000 to win. STSS Sportsman, Madsen Overhead Door North Region, 25 laps, $1,500 to win. And the very next day, on Tuesday, September 8th, we'll go to the Les RPM Speedway in Quebec, the rescheduled Lumberjack Swing night number 2, STSS Modified High Torque New York North Region, 60 laps, again, $10,000 to win. STSS Sportsman, Madsen Overhead Door North Region, 25 laps, $1,500 to win. That's September 3rd at Afton, September 7th and 8th, Autodrome Granby and Les RPM in Canada. And then a couple weeks after that, it'll be Thursday, Friday, and Saturday at the Fonda Speedway, Fonda, New York for the Fonda 200 weekend. 3 huge days of racing, headlined by the Short Track Super Series High Torque New York North Region Modified Fonda 200, offering a purse of more than $106,000, and the STSS Sportsman, Madsen Overhead Door North Region, camping, live music, autographs, and more. ShortTrackSuperSeries.com for the complete schedule. Lights are out. Mark is ready to go back to green.
And with all that action, we've only got 5 laps down, 15 to go. We'll see if Cole Lingo can continue that charge through the field from 8th to 2nd. Tony Ginta on the pole. Here they come. Ginta is going to lead him down to the corner. Once again, Cole Lingo is going to try the outside. DJ Dewey, Ashlyn Janiszewski, Kyle Brazier, and the 94 that was just in that incident coming back up through the pack. Cole Lingo now working on the tailgate of the 68 of Tony Ginta as they come off the corner. Ginta brings him down the front about a truck length over Cole Lingo. DJ Dewey still trying to work that outside. Ashlyn Janiszewski, after her early flat tire, now is beginning to come back through the field. Ashlyn Janiszewski works over DJ Dewey for the 3rd spot. They're going to go side by side in between 3 and 4. Dewey pushes high, and Ashlyn Janiszewski is going to clear it. Here comes Troy Hopkins in the 94. Troy Hopkins from the back of the pack. So Tony Ginta, with all that action behind him, now begins to open up a little bit of a gap, about 5 truck lengths over Cole Lingo. The 94 of Troy Hopkins underneath Ashlyn Januszewski. They come off the corner. Januszewski gets loose, gathers it back up. Hopkins now into the 3rd spot. Kyle Brazier trying to come through. Kyle Brazier in the 1. In 4th spot, Ashlyn Januszewski has it back under control and going to try to continue to move back up through the field. Still all Tony Ginta out front. Lingo was close for a while, but he begins to fade now as Troy Hopkins, with an impressive run after that incident, back up to 3rd. And Januszewski also recovering from an incident. They get together off corner number 2, side by side down the back. Januszewski takes the 3rd spot. Cross flags out halfway on the event. So Tony Ginta has nothing to do with all that action back in the pack. He's just pulling away. Cole Lingo comfortable in 2nd. Januszewski now from a flat tire in the rear of the field up to 3rd, and stopping in corner number 3 is the 94 of Troy Hopkins. So a super eventful night for the 94 of Troy Hopkins, from an incident down on the infield, back of the pack, all the way up, battling for 3rd, then now he comes to a stop in corner number 3. Now Ashlyn Januszewski, another driver with a tremendous recovery from a right front flat tire, up running 3rd now. And with this caution out and still 9 laps to go, she has a chance to be a contender once again. DJ Dewey's been in the mix all night long as well. Got 9 up here. Is it?
All right, we got some bonuses for our Clash at the Quarter Mile Coliseum for the modifieds. American Racer Elias Tire bonuses at every Short Track Super Series event. The drivers between 6th and 10th and 11th and 15th are entered into drawings to win a certificate for a free American Racer tire, courtesy of American Racer and the regional distributor Elias Tire of Indiana, PA. Learn more about American Racer and distributor Elias Tire online at eliastire.net. As we mentioned, ATL Fuel Cell Hot Lap Hero at every STSS event. The fastest driver during Dirt Draft Hot Laps receives a $100 bonus courtesy of ATL Fuel Cells, located on Spear Road in Ramsey, New Jersey, on the web at atlinc.com. Give them a call at 201-825-1400 or on Facebook and Instagram at ATL Racing Fuel Cells. We have more bonuses, but we are ready to go back to racing.
So Tony Ginta, the 68, led the majority of the race with Cole Lingo alongside. We'll see if Lingo can take advantage of this yellow. Green is out. All bunched up in the corner number 1. DJ Dewey going to try to ride the top side along with Cole Lingo. Ginta holds the lead. Cole Lingo, the top 4, tightly bunched together as Ginta gets a tap from Lingo. DJ Dewey continuing to work the outside in that 3rd spot as Ginta leads down the front. But Lingo, who had faded earlier, staying right with him, and side by side for 3rd and 4th with DJ Dewey, Ashlyn Januszewski. Januszewski now slots back into that spot as Cole Lingo continues to shadow Ginta. Ginta with a good run off the corner now opens up a little bit of a gap in. Here comes Januszewski on the inside. Ashlyn Januszewski looks like she's going to take that 2nd spot from Cole Lingo. So from the back to the front has been the story for several drivers here tonight. Ashlyn Januszewski, one of them, and she's into the 2nd spot now after an early flat right front tire. So Ginta in the closing stages has had things pretty much all his way. But Ashlyn Januszewski is creeping in there now in corner number 3. Januszewski clips the inside and goes high. 5 to go, 5 laps to go for Tony Ginta trying to close this one out. He's faced some pressure from behind, but so far he's been smooth and consistent out front as DJ Dewey now closes in on Cole Lingo for the 2nd spot. Lingo pushes up high, Dewey drops down low. They're going to go side by side down the front into the corner. Dewey holding a tight line, trying to take that second spot from Cole Lingo. DJ Dewey now, give him the spot as Tony Ginta continues to lead over DJ Dewey, Cole Lingo, Ashlyn Januszewski, and Kyle Brazier. And once again, as we get a long green flag run, Tony Ginta showing his strength and beginning to open it up. DJ Dewey rides second. Lingo now starting to lose touch with him, and we've got a truck slow on the backstretch as the starter gives them 2 to go, 2 sticks in the air. Around corner number 2, Ashlyn Januszewski, the 48 comes to a stop by the crossover gate. So there's been a few drivers here tonight that have had some up and down experiences. Troy Hopkins in 94 was one of them, back to the front and then trouble, and now the same for Ashlyn Januszewski.
You know, Mark, Tony Gint is probably thinking, why are we still having all of these yellows? Come on, I want to get to the end, right?
Yeah. Tony Ginta, as you said, Jeff, probably no idea what's going on behind him, and he's probably better off.
Yeah, exactly. Tension back in the pit. Sportsman B Main, let's line them up. Sportsman B Main, you're up after the truck feature. Sportsman B Main, please. Drivers for the redraw will be after the B Main. Modified and Sportsman drivers for the redraw will be after the B Main. Please be ready. Thank you.
So it was a flat right front tire that tripped up Ashlyn Januszewski the first time around. This time it looks like a rear end pickup. Not sure what the issue is there. But a tough break because she at times looked like she was in contention for the win.
Absolutely. Thanks to BA Custom Headers for the redraw bonus. The STSS modified driver picking the worst number gets $50 courtesy BA Custom Headers on the web at baheaders.com. Henry's exhaust bonus. The driver finishing 11th at every STSS modified event gets a $50 certificate courtesy of Henry's Exhaust of Clay, New York. Like Henry's Headers and Exhaust Systems on Facebook to learn more. MD3 Most Laps Led Award. The driver leading the most laps in every STSS modified event gets a $100 certificate courtesy of MD3, the premier dirt racing body panels on the web at md3race.com. PEM Engineering third place bonus. The driver finishing third at every STSS modified event receives a certificate for a free PEM 650 Series Premium LW Polished Quick Change gear set at value of $159.95. Visit PEMRacing.com to learn more. All right, getting down to nitty-gritty for the Super Trucks.
Dominant performance so far for Tony Ginta. Just 2 laps left. We'll see if he can close it out. They roll into the start zone. Up to Ginta to hit the loud pedal. He's on it, 2 by 2. Good restart for the Delaware Super Trucks. DJ Dewey going to try to roll the outside and see if he can do something with Tony Ginta. And they are going to go side by side down the back. First pressure that Ginta has felt in a while, and it comes as we're coming to the white flag. Ginta able to hold him off. Now Dewey's going to drop to the inside down in the corner number 1. Dewey with an inside run on Ginta as they go off corner number 2. Top 3 tight together now as Tony Ginta, who has had things all his way, going to have to fight through these last couple of corners. DJ Dewey tries to drop to the bottom, but your winner is going to be Tony Ginta over DJ Dewey and Cole Lingo. So Delaware Super Truck feature complete. Your top 3, Tony Ginta in the 68, DJ Dewey the 51, Cole Lingo the 77. We'll turn it back over to Jeff.
Victory lanes coming up for these 2 divisions for the Delmarva Chargers and the Delaware Super Trucks. Ginta, Dewey, Lingo, Walker, and Brazier are your top 5 finishers. Before we get to victory lane, while they're getting set up, we'll step aside for a quick break here on FloRacing. You're watching the Clash of the Quarter Mile Coliseum from the Middleford Speedway. We are back here at the Middleford Speedway, ready for a couple of victory lanes here. The first two of our features tonight in the record book for the Delaware Super Trucks and the Delmarva Chargers. Right now, Mark Kilblock, track announcer here at the Speedway, making his way to victory lane. We'll send it down to Mark.
All right, down here in victory lane with Joe Waters with the Delmarva Chargers. He's incognito without his driver's suit top on. Joe, a good race for you tonight, wire-to-wire win. And up in the booth, we always say a lot of times it's not as easy as it looks from up there down here. How was your race tonight?
Oh, it was like running through a cornfield. Are you kidding me? My arms are shot. I could barely even get out of the car.
So you're saying it wasn't easy?
No, sir. Not by far.
Tell us about your crew and all the people that helped you get this done.
Papa Bear Fabrication for sponsoring the class, Dennis Needleson Trucking for paying us and helping us out. Of course, I got to thank my dad for still being here with me, still doing and standing by my side. Miss Dakota Parks for her loss this week. This one's for you, baby girl. Waters, we did it again. Big Kelly family, thank you for letting me take this and beating my brain out trying to figure this thing out. I think we're getting closer. I'm about whooped still.
All right, give it a big Middleford cheer for Joe Waters winning the Delmarva Chargers feature. All right, now we got Ginta, who took the truck feature, and we were talking up in the booth about how, I don't know if you had any idea what was going on behind you, but there was a lot of racing, a lot of side-by-side action. It looked pretty clear out in front for you.
Man, I'll be honest with you, there was a lot of cautions, and I'm here to tell you, I didn't want to know what was going on behind me. As long as I could stay in my groove, it was tough on those restarts to enter in the turns where I wanted, but luckily we held her out and we got the win.
Yeah, the last restart came late in the race. Did you feel the pressure from behind there? Did you know they were creeping up on you?
I definitely felt the pressure. I know DJ Dewey, he was, I'm sure he had the crossover on me. He just might not have got it to stick because I gave him an opportunity, and thank God he didn't take it. But good, clean racing. Track definitely has some character tonight, so these features coming up with the big blocks and sportsmen's, you should see a good race.
Tell us about everybody who helps you get this done.
Oh, man, I can't, first of all, I can't thank my wife enough. She puts up with me out here every night and in the shop every night and just trying to get this thing dialed in. And I got a lot of friends here. Garrett Thomas, he's my best friend. He works on this thing with me, comes every race. I want to thank Vincent Farms, John's Well Drilling, East Bay Aggregates. I'm sure I'm forgetting something. Diamond Fab, I said Vincent Farms. Anyway, Hills Electric Motors and Hubbard Graphics. Like I said, Robert, Jess, Trevor, Allen. And I got to thank, if you zoom in on the truck, Branda put her dog sticker on there. She's she's one of my number one supporters too. They'd love to bring her out here, so thank you, Layla.
All right, Middleford Speedway fans, let Tony Ginta here at the winner of the Delaware Super Truck feature.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay, Mark, thank you very much. Victory lane completed for the first two features tonight. We're getting ready for our Sportsman B main. The final two modified bonuses this event tonight, Penske Racing Shock bonuses. Drivers finishing first, second, and third respectively get certificates for 150, 100, and 75 during the entire Short Track Super Series season, courtesy of Penske Racing Shocks of Reading, online at PenskeShocks.com. And Swift Springs Hard Luck Award. The Hard Luck Award recipient each night, selected by Short Track Super Series officials, will receive a certificate for a free spring courtesy of Swift Springs of Corona, California, on the web at swiftsprings.com. Those are the bonuses and extras for the Clash at the Quarter Mile Coliseum tonight, here for tonight's modified 50-lap feature. All right, Sportsman B main, third and last chance to qualify for the Sportsman drivers for the 25-lap main event. We already have 16 cars into the main event. And again, the winner of this B main can elect to either go to the back of the starting lineup in the feature or take the money and run, so to speak, and go home and call it a night. We've seen it happen both ways. We use this format at the Action Track USA at the Kutztown Fairgrounds, and we've done that race 4 times, and we've seen like a 50-50 split. Sometimes they take it, take the money and go home, and sometimes they decide to go into the starting lineup. So we'll see what transpires with the sportsmen here tonight. Modifieds already qualified and set to go for their feature, but we need to do the redraw for the top 9 drivers in both divisions, and that redraw will happen right after this 12-lap Sportsman B main. Here is the list of eligible starters. 117, Jesse Herthler from Boyertown on the pole, and alongside from Ellendale, the 711 is Terry Cheney. Second row from Norristown, the 22A, Adriana Delaponte, and alongside from Ridgely, the 47H is Cody Carroll. Row 3 from Gilbertsville, the 28R, Brian Rhodes, alongside the 9N. From Milford is Greg Naylor. Fourth row from Laurel, the 15, Adam White, and alongside from Piles Grove Township, the 14B, Ethan Bill. Final row from Greenbridge, the 20, Ryan Simmons, and the 1X from Delmar is Ethan Brazier. 10 cars are scheduled. We'll see how many answer the call. A couple of them had problems during the qualifying heat races. It looks like 5 of the 10 have answered the call. And again, 8 laps is the distance since we have a few less cars in this one. So instead of doing the 12, we're going to do 8. Here comes our 5th car. $200 or choose to go to the feature. See what happens. All the drivers in this B main will get paid. All the drivers in the B main will get paid. This is now 8 laps since we have less cars. And again, the winner can either go to the feature or take the money. Last qualifying event of the night, and we've got 2 features to go after this, 50-lap modified and 25-lap sportsman. Down the straightaway, Jesse Herthler's got the early lead, and Adriana Delaponte is running in the number 2 spot down the backstretch.
Cody Carroll is going to make the pass on Terry Cheney for the 3rd position. Swings right a little bit as we come down to complete lap number 1. So here comes Cheney, pulls right alongside, side by side for that 3rd spot.
Yeah, good battle down the back straightaway now for that 3rd spot, Cheney and Carroll. Meanwhile, Delaponte keeping pace with Jesse Herthler into the turn. Delaponte trying to catch up to Herthler and challenge for the win here in the B main.
The lap starting to click away as we are going to have 5 laps to go here in the B main. It's still all Jesse Herthler in the 117 out front, about 5 car lengths behind him. You got Adriana Delaponte trying to get close here with Herthler as we are halfway, 4 laps in and 4 to go.
Working out of the turn. We got trouble here in turn number 4. Caution lights will be coming on. Yellow is out for Greg Naylor.
So the caution lights are going to come out. Joe Chris going to let the field know that we are going to go green next time by. Again, we throw the green flag when the field gets to the Sunoco restart zone in turn 4. It's been all Jesse Herthler in the 117 out front now. Keep your eye on the 22A of Adriana Delaponte. Going to restart on the outside of Herthler. Restarts have been interesting all evening long here at the quarter mile. See what happens. Here we go. We get back underway. Great restart by Jesse Herthler. Gets a little tight on the entry. So does Delaponte. Cody Carroll trying to find some speed as he works the top side there in turns number 3 and 4.
Still battling for that 3rd spot out of the turn. Cheney putting the pressure on Carroll, and they both are right behind Delaponte heading into the turn. Herthler now beginning to pull away.
We'll come back to the Troyer Dirt Car. 2 laps to go. Who is going to win the B main? It's been all Jesse Herthler so far. Can Delaponte mount another charge to close in? They'll see the exotic brand white flag this time by. Final time around. Jesse Herthler, the captain of this ship, will take the 117 into turn 4. Sunoco checkers wave, and he will win this B main for the Bob Hilbert Sportswear Short Track Super Series Sportsman Division. Now the question is, when Jesse Herthler catches up with our very own Jeff Olam, is he going to take the money and run, or is he going to choose to start in the rear of the feature event coming up a little bit later on in the program? So Jeff Olam going to make his way down to McNeil Racing Products Victory Lane to catch up with this evening's B main winner, Jesse Herthler. I can only imagine what he is thinking as he gets a thumbs up crossing the scales. Is he going to take the $200 and go home, or is he going to choose to start at the tail end of the feature event? As you see, drivers are already starting to make their way across turn 3 for this evening's BA Custom Headers redraw, which we will do after we get a word from Jesse Herthler. So Herthler pulling it down into McNeil Racing Products Victory Lane, and we'll send it down to Jeff Olam.
We're going to do our BA Custom Headers redraw now as well, and the track crew's going to do a little work on the racetrack. But first things first, we're going to get the Pioneer Pole Buildings, Green Lane William Penn, Springfield Meet 117 down here in Victory Lane. Jesse Herthler winning the Clash B main here. The Clash at the Quarter Mile Coliseum tonight here at the Middleford Speedway. Getting all his safety gear unbuckled. He's been having himself quite the season this year at the Bridgeport Motorsports Park. He's got a win, he's got a point lead as well, heading into the home stretch of the season, the regular season. All right, Jesse, I'm sure you and the team talked about this when you were out back there. What's the game plan? You're going to take the money and run, or you're going to go into feature?
I'm just going to run. Even if we took the money, we would use a provisional, so pretty much screwing day over. So yeah, we're gonna run.
Gonna run the feature.
Yep.
All right. So what do you think? Interesting little place here. You've been on some different size tracks in your young career, and what might be the game plan for the feature?
Definitely interesting for sure. Kind of when you're in open air, you're pretty much golden. I mean, you can pretty much run wherever you want, except it's a little rough getting in the top of the turns, which is making it really tricky to kind of pass off the corner. U tires are kind of making it a little tough too, since they're out so far. So just taking notes to kind of get an experience. So yeah, obviously we didn't come here planning to win the B, but that's just how the cards fell after I didn't time very well, put us in the back of the heat race, and then kind of set us back in the night.
All right, well, good luck the rest of the way.
Thank you very much.
All right, Jesse Herthler taking the win in the B main.
So as we get things organized down here on the main straightaway, we're going to step aside here on FloRacing. Once again, you are watching the Clash at the Quarter Mile Coliseum here at the Middleford Speedway.
We'll get ready for the BA Custom Headers redraw.
From Niagara to the Hudson, from Champlain to Erie, from nuclear to farming, High Torque of New York is your one-stop shop for torque tool and industrial bolting needs. Easily loosen or achieve accurate torque and bolt load with pneumatic, battery, or hydraulic-powered units. Serving every industry, mining and aggregates, transportation, energy, structural steel, and rail. On-site torque wrench calibration and repair, sales and rentals, training, bolting solutions, and more.
Need floors fast? At Matt the Carpet Guy, we have a huge inventory in stock. So you're not waiting weeks. From LVP to carpet, hardwood and tile, we have something for everybody. With expert local guidance, we'll help you find the right floor for your home. Plus professional installation that brings it all together. Stop by one of our showrooms in Selbyville and Salisbury, or schedule a free in-home consultation today. At the Carpet Guy, flooring done right.
Highway to the flooring zone.
So we're just wrapping up all qualifying events here at the Clash at the Quarter Mile Coliseum here with the Bob Hilbert Sportswear Short Track Super Series. But we have more business to conduct, and that is going to be the BA Custom Headers redraw. And with that, we're going to send it down to Jeff Hollum.
All right, Earl Hoon Jr., thank you so very much. Ready for the BA Custom Headers redraw. First driver up will be Jordan Watson. Jordan Watson winning the opening heat race tonight. Jordan, so far so good. You won the last time you were here with the mod, so what do you think?
This pill draw is going to have a lot to do with it. They're working on trying to get the track a little bit better for the bottom there. It looks like Holton drew number 4, so that'd be a good starting spot. So we'll see what we can do in 50 laps. We're working hard back there to see if we can make a couple adjustments and race with everybody and see what we got here. And I appreciate them putting a nice show on here tonight for all the Delaware fans, and see what happens after 50 laps.
All right, 4th starting spot for Jordan Watson. Alex Jankowski is the next driver to draw. He won heat race number 2. He wants to see what he got first before he comes over here. Alex Jankowski. So what did she pick for you?
9. Kylan said she's good, but I don't know. I think we got the other end of the spectrum. So got the Frozen Farms girl here, Kylan and Kenna. So pretty good slingshot racers. We're in Tim and Debbie Melvin's territory, and we're having a good time.
All right, we'll go get them.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, 9th starting spot for Alex Jankowski. Ryan Krachin won heat number 3. Ryan Krachin driving the Dan Sommeling Danny's Pizza Pizzazz race car tonight. He gets what number?
Number 1.
Number 1 for Ryan Krachin. So what do you think? First time here? Any game plan for this feature?
Let's try and run all 50 laps, see if we can stay out front. We got a good car tonight with the Danny's Pizza Pizzazz 51, so let's see if we can hold on.
All right. Number 1 for Ryan Krachin. Loudon Reimert will be the next driver to draw. All of our heat winners already drew first. Now the second place drivers. Loudon's been having a pretty solid season at his 2 home tracks at Big Diamond and Grandview this season. He's been doing some short track Super Series racing. Number 8, he got the Snowman. So what's your game plan for tonight's feature?
I don't know. We'll see what the track crew gives us here. Try and make a charge forward and see what we can do.
All right, go get him. Loudon Reimert will start position number 8. Dylan Stoyer is the next driver to draw. Dylan Stoyer, following the short track Super Series this season so far. So Dylan picks number 6. So you got a little work to do in tonight's feature.
Yeah, a little work. I feel like we unloaded all right. Just keep an eye on the track and try to, put it all together and put a good 50 laps together and see what we got.
All right, go get him.
Thank you.
Dylan Stoyer gets position 6 for 6D. Danny Creedon is the next driver to draw. Danny Creedon, one of the winners. We've had 7 races this year despite all the weather. We've had 7 different modified winners. Danny Creedon is one of them, and he gets number 3, inside row number 2. So things have been progressing quite well. Hot lap hero now, 3rd starting spot.
Yeah, no, I think the track race is really good right now. They're going to work on it and try to get an outside lane. So I think starting 3rd is going to definitely benefit all of us on the bottom row. And, thanks to everybody back home. Make sure all our stuff's good. And like I said, about 8:30 last night I decided to come. It's been busy at work and I got a bunch of stuff to do tomorrow. So I got to be in Harlan by 6 tomorrow morning. So I guess thanks to Dennis Dietrich for driving us home and Charlie Lord for coming. Our little crew chief, Sadie's back there, and everybody back home.
All right, Danny Creedon will start position 3. Matt Stengel. Matt Stengel is the next one to draw. The Ace Materials number 6. He's been doing a lot of traveling up and down the East Coast and throughout the Northeast. What number did you get here? Number
2.
Number 2, outside front row. So how was the car working in the heat?
Not that good. I mean, we have either fuel problems or carburetor problems. I don't know. It's just someone through the corner. So hopefully we got it fixed up for the feature, made some changes, and 50 laps.
Go get him.
Thanks.
All right, 2nd starting spot for Matt Stengel. Anthony Perego next up to draw. There's 2 choices left. Number 5 and number 7 for Anthony. Number 5 and number 7. See what he comes up with here. I know what Anthony will say. If I can pick the worst number, I will, but you didn't.
No, I've been getting better at this. I've been doing some practice back at Bob Henschel's shop, and I'm getting a little better at the drawing. But thanks to Vinny for coming down here. Obviously, this South deal is a little tough for everybody, but, cool little track here. Reminds me of that Bloomsburg a little bit, and we're usually pretty decent there. So do a little bit of work. We were decent in the heat, and obviously 5th is decent, and we'll roll up there.
Go get him.
Thank you.
All right, 5th starting spot for Anthony Perego. And now Luke Bunning is our last driver to draw. There he is. They left you number 7, so it wasn't the best number, Luke, but not bad. Great to see you in the modifieds now. 3rd generation year founded to do that. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, definitely. It puts a little bit of pressure on me, but it's fun. I love coming to this place, love racing in Delaware in front of all these fans, and got the 525 in tonight running good, and see what we can do from 7th.
Go get him.
Thank you.
All right, Luke Bunning will start 7th. That completes our BA Custom Header Modified redraw. Give them guys a nice hand as they go back and get ready for their feature, which is coming up next. All right, 9 hats out now. Again, these Bob Hilbert hats can be found on their online store, bobhilbertshop.com. Sportsman redraw. First one up will be Zach Weller. Zach Weller won the opening heat tonight. So what do you think, Zach? Things were running pretty good for you. You won your heat, and now it looks like you got a pretty good spot for the feature.
Yeah, it looks like we'll be starting second for the feature. I'll take that. You know, this week I really need to thank my dad. You know, he puts his heart and soul into this and works really hard. And, you know, with having a baby and my fiance at home, I want to spend a lot of time with her. And, you know, so this is his deal. And, you know, he takes care of it all. And, man, this is badass. And I love this place. You know, glad we're back. You know, Chase is out there getting a track done. And, yeah, we'll see what happens.
All right, best wishes.
Thank you.
All right, number 2 starting spot for Zach Weller. Jackson Hill. Jackson Hill. Next up. Jackson has been a winner here already this year. First year for the Sportsman, Jackson, and you got a couple W's already. That's got to be pretty cool.
Yeah, it feels pretty cool to make the day redraw my first race for him. I got to thank Cody Boyle and my dad for fixing the front end. I got bent up in the heat race, but it didn't feel too bad.
Yeah, that was pretty wild happening down there. All of a sudden, he was sideways in front of you. You had no place to go.
Yeah, it took me by surprise. I'm happy I kept going now.
All right, what number did we get here? Number 4 for Jackson Hill. Drives the number 62. Joe Toth is the next one to draw. Joe is a multi-time STSS champion, and you've raced at a lot of tracks already, but now you got a new one to put in your book.
Yeah, we were lucky enough to come here once last year, and track's definitely a lot different tonight, and we had some work to do for the feature. We started 8th, so we'll get it dialed in. I got to thank everybody that came down with me, and thank Dan Kurtz and Danny Kurtz up at the shop getting the Grandview car ready for the weekend, and see what we can do.
Go get him.
Thank you.
All right, Joe Toth starting from position 8. Nick Van Wickel. Nick Van Wickel, the next driver to draw. He's been following the STSS series for several seasons. Had a win over at Del Mar a couple of years back. Ran well in his heat race. He picks a good number. What do you got?
Number 3.
So, all right, number 3. So what's your strategy?
Survive. Try and stay low and keep it straight, and hopefully get a good run and maybe make a pass for the lead.
You made a couple passes in your heat.
Yeah, I got a little strung out on the outside. I wasn't sure if I'd be able to get back down, but I mean, I think if we push the track out a little bit, I think we could have some good racing.
All right, go get him.
Thank you.
Number 3 starting spot for Nick Van Wickel. Johnny Bangs. Johnny Bangs is the next driver to draw. Driving the number 4U tonight. He got number 6, so not a terrible number, not a bad number. There's a lot more cars behind you, right?
No, actually the only short track race we won, we actually won from 6th. So can't complain. I mean, here it's going to be a little bit more difficult. I know the track crew's hard at work trying to get this thing widened out. So hats off to them. You know, it's the first race here for them, and you know, we'll see. I think it's going to be a good time.
All right, go get him tonight.
Thank you.
Johnny Bangs picks position 6. Travis Hill. We've got hills everywhere tonight. Jackson Hill, Travis Hill, James Hill. Travis is our point leader entering the night tonight for the Short Track Super Series Belmont's Garage South region. Picks number 5, so you got a little work tonight, Trav.
Yeah, I think I'm be all right. We're in the middle, kind of there on the bottom row to start, and just got to thank Howie and Iceless for letting us come down here and do this. Everybody back home, my wife, my brother, that's called and give us a little pointers and watching on flow, and just a great little place to be at. Hopefully they can make it wide and have a little bit of fun and end up in one piece in the top 5.
All right, best wishes.
Thank you.
All right, Travis Hill starts 5th tonight. Robbie Emery. Robbie Emery next up to draw. 1, 7, and 9, so no pressure on the young lady there picking the number. What do you think, Robbie?
I think we're pretty good. We just kind of, she's polling from now on, which puts us on the pole. So I don't know what it is about these short track Super Series races, but we've had some heck of a luck in these redraws. We got 1, 2, and now 1 again. I think we were really good there in the heat. We just got to work on it a little bit, try to figure out how to get through some of these holes, and I think it'll work being after the big block feature, and hopefully it'll widen it out and make some good racing, put on for the fans. But I just got to thank everybody that helps me, Sam and Vicky Mass, my mom, my dad, my beautiful girlfriend for pulling us number 1 tonight, my kids. So no pressure, but we'll see what we can do.
All right, go get them.
Thank you.
Number 1 spot for Robbie Emery. James Hill is next up. He was a series champion with us on the Short Track Super Series. James Hill. He's got two choices. It is number 7 and number 9. Number 7 and number 9. Well, you get to race in front of the sort of hometown crowd tonight, so what are you thinking? How's it been going?
It's going. I mean, we're here, like I said, just here to have a little bit of fun, and I don't know. It's good. I'm happy to see the crowd here, the car count. I hope these big blocks can put on a show for these people, and so can us crates. But yeah, like I say, don't expect me to keep coming out here. I'm just filling in and having a little bit of fun, man.
Good to see you. What spot did you get?
We're going for 7. We're going to go checkers or records for you guys, though. I promise.
All right, there you go. James Hill starts 7th. Christopher Buffalino is our last driver to draw. He's going to get what's left, and the rest of the drivers were not that nice to him. They left him the worst number, number 9. There was a chance you could have had the 1 left, but they left you number 9. So, you know, you're in the redraw. That's actually better than some of the other drivers tonight.
Yeah, no, really sucks we got the worst number. These guys could have left something better for me, but considering this is my 3rd short track race of the year and my 3rd redraw, I can't be that mad with it. I'd like to shout out Pat Michaels at home in New Jersey. I hope he has a quick recovery. He had a stroke, so thank you to all you fans for being here tonight. Have a good night and hope the racing's good.
Good luck to you.
Thank you.
And our best wishes also to Pat and Michael. All right, that completes the BA Custom Headers redraw. Nice hand for the sportsman drivers. Track crew's going to finish up their work. We're going to step aside for another commercial break and come back with our 50-lap modified feature here from the Clash at the Quarter Mile Coliseum from Middleford Speedway.
From Niagara to the Hudson, from Champlain to Erie, from nuclear to farming, High Torque of New York is your one-stop shop for torque tool and industrial bolting needs. Easily loosen or achieve accurate torque and bolt load with pneumatic, battery, or hydraulic-powered units. Serving every industry, mining and aggregates, transportation, energy, structural steel, and rail. On-site torque wrench calibration and repair, sales and rentals, training, bolting solutions, and more.
Need floors fast? At Matt the Carpet Guy, we have a huge inventory in stock, so you're not waiting weeks. From LVP to carpet, hardwood and tile, we have something for everybody. With expert local guidance, we'll help you find the right floor for your home. Plus professional installation that brings it all together. Stop by one of our showrooms in Selbyville and Salisbury, or schedule a free in-home consultation today. At the Carpet Guy, flooring done right.
Welcome back. We're here at the Middleford Speedway in Seaford, Delaware for the quarter-mile clash at the Coliseum, the Bob Hilbert Sportswear Short Track Super Series fueled by Sunoco. Thanks again to our Clash at the Quarter-Mile Coliseum sponsor tonight, Matt the Carpet Guy, and our pit area sponsor tonight, Taylor and Messick. Here's the starting grid for tonight's 50-lap modified feature event, $5,000 on the line to the winner. And they are already heading to the staging lane, and this is the way they will line up. Pole position tonight after the BA Custom Header redraw. Driving in the Danny's Pizza Pizzazz, number 51 from the Shannock Station, New Jersey, Ryan Krachin. And alongside of him in row number 1, also out of the Shannock Station, driving in the Ace Materials, number 6 will be Matt Stengel. Second row to the inside, driving out of Wurtsboro, New York. He's in the Shackleton Auto and Truck Parts, number 16X will be Danny Creedon. And alongside, driving out of Milford, Delaware, driving in the Watson Realty Group, Will Brown Truck Repair, number 1J, Jordan Watson. Third row to the inside, out of Walden, New York, driving in the Vinnie Salerno Tire Discount Center, number 4, Anthony Perego. And alongside of him from Bohemia, New York, driving the Northeastern Office Equipment, Polack Farms, number 6D, Dylan Stoyer. Fourth row to the inside, he will be driving in the Millman's Napa Auto Parts, Armstrong Overhead Door number 91 will be Luke Bunting. And alongside, out of Ole, Pennsylvania, driving in the First Response Burks Contracting, Gibelant's Family, Flora Machine and Tool, Chrisman's Meats number 16, Loudon Reimert. Row number 5 on the inside, out of Covington Township in the Millman's Napa Auto Parts, Easy Work Trucks, Gary Simpson Contracting, number 84Y, Kid Rocket, Alex Yankowski. And alongside of him, driving out of Baldwinsville, New York, he is driving in the Weak Neck Archery, St. Lawrence Radiology 7mm, Michael Maresca. Row number 6 to the inside, driving out of Milford, Delaware, the Auto Gallery number 39 will be Joseph Watson. And alongside of Joseph, driving out of Pipersville, Pennsylvania, the Craig and Leslie Pondius, CNS Equipment, Banks Tree Service number 6 will be Danny Buck. Row number 7 to the inside, out of Frankfort, Delaware, he will be driving in the Polar Refrigeration number 52, Jason Musser. And alongside of him, out of Milford, New Jersey, driving in the Short-Load Ready Mix Concrete number 5B, Bobby Butler. Starting on the inside of row number 8, driving out of Ringo's, New Jersey, the Easy Trucking and Rigging Campout Incorporated, Ellery's Restaurant number 26 will be Ryan Godown. And alongside of him, out of Georgetown, driving in the Hair with a Flare 8 mod is Norman Short Jr. Ninth and final row to the inside, out of Vineland, New Jersey, driving the Mancini Custom Homes number 13T, Anthony Tramontana. And alongside of Anthony, driving in the Mancini Custom Homes, Woodhaven Lumber number 7M out of New Gretna, New Jersey will be Paul Mancini. 18 drivers set to go in tonight's Clash at the Quarter Mile Coliseum 50-lap short track Super Series feature. First one we've been able to put into books since the Fonda Firecracker 50. We've had a lot of postponements with the weather, but hopefully we can get on a roll after this. Looking at the points entering the night, Michael Maresca leading by 27 over Alex Yankowski, 1 and 2 in the standings. Ryan Godown, Anthony Perego, 57 back in third. Then a tie for fifth between Danny Buck and Danny Creedon, of course, 69 back. followed by Matt Stengel, Dylan Stoyer, Ryan Krachin, and Loudon Reimert as the top 10 in points. Earl Hoon Jr., some interesting looks. Of course, the Short Track Super Series New Jersey Quality Drywall South region cut a little bit by the weather, but here we are, and at a new venue as well.
Yeah, this would be the 51st different track that the Bob Hilbert Sportswear Short Track Super Series has put into the history books. You were giving some stats there, Jeffrey, and Ryan Godown, our most previous winner in the South region, was able to get the dub over at Bridgeport on July 14th. He got his work cut out for him in this one. He's going to start 15th, but 50 laps. We know lap traffic is going to come into play, and Godown, he knows how to get to the front of these races.
Yes, he does. When we did our Louisiana tour several years back, he did very well at some of those smaller tracks in the Bayou State, the Louisiana area. We had 4 South Region races this year for the Short Track Super Series Modifieds. The first race was at Bridgeport Motorsports Park in March. That one was captured by Stuart Friesen. Then we had a race 1 week later at the Bedford Fairgrounds Speedway, another brand new track for the series. That was won by Danny Creedon. We were at the Action Track USA at the Kutztown Fairgrounds May 26th, won by Cale Ross for his first ever STSS win. And then we went back to the Bridgeport Motorsports Park for the July 14th event, as Earl just mentioned, won by Ryan Godown. And we have had no repeat winners, I believe, in the North region as well. So it's certainly been an interesting season for the Short Track Super Series. We've got a couple of North region races in the books this year. May 21st, another new track for the Short Track Super Series. The Lebanon Valley Speedway, West Lebanon, New York, won by Alex Jankowski. The Outlaw Speedway, July 9th, for the Dave Machuga Memorial Outlaw Showdown, won by Michael Maresca. And the Fonda Firecracker 50, July 16th, won by Matt Shepard. So 7 events this year, as we've been plagued by the weather, and 7 different winners. Don't forget, we've got events coming up here September 3rd at the Afton Motorsports Park. That'll be Thursday, September 3rd, the Afton Action 50. Then Monday and Tuesday, September 7th and 8th, we go to Autodrome Granby and Lay RPM Speedway for the rescheduled Lumberjack Swing. And then Thursday through Saturday, September 17th to the 19th, the Fonda 200 weekend. Earl, the cars are rolling off the staging lane.
Indeed they are, and you can hear the rumble in the background as the Bob Hilbert Sportswear Short Track Super Series comes back to the first state again. It's always great when we come back here to Delaware. Another driver, Alex Jankowski, he's going to roll off in P9, looking to get his 15th overall big block win in the 2026 season. The heat races were absolutely spectacular earlier this evening, and super happy to see what this 50-lap feature has in store for us.
Track crew finishing up their duties here. We got the speed cam provided by High Torque in New York. You can see all of the folks sitting in the pit grandstand on the back straightaway, and we've got an awesome turnout here in the front stretch spectator grandstands, as well as all the folks down there in turn 3 and 4 in the drive-in section, I guess you could call that, Earl, the drive-in section down there.
They were calling that the fan zone earlier today. That's where all the food trucks were there. Obviously, our merchandise stand was set up there today, and you know, when we got here, there's a buzz in the area. You can start to feel the electricity build. You know, it's been a while since modifieds have competed here. Obviously, Jordan Watson getting 2 wins in modified competition here at this very speedway, but they never had the Short Track Super Series come here, and it is a star-studded field. But catching up with some race fans earlier this afternoon, and just happy to see modifieds back here in Delaware on the quarter mile.
Yeah, we've had quite a presence with the Short Track Super Series in the first state at both Georgetown and Delaware International Speedways. Of course, we haven't been down here now for over a year now, but Delaware was a major presence for the Short Track Super Series all throughout its early years, even from the early years of the Short Track Super Series back in 2014. All right, folks, get ready. It's almost time to salute the drivers. They're going to be coming around this next time. Get ready on the backstretch. You start it off, then we'll go to the drive-in, fan zone in 3 and 4, and right down the front straightaway. Ladies and gentlemen, the moment you've been waiting for. The Clash at the Quarter Mile Coliseum Modifieds at Middleford Speedway. We need you to get out something white or something bright, something red off your head, something blue off of you, and wave it for your favorite. The stars and cars of the Bob Hilber Sportswear Short Track Super Series, fueled by Sunoco. Beautiful sight indeed. We're going to get a white flag this time. We'll get a white flag this time. And we'll be ready to go the next time around. All right, we're ready. 50 green flag laps of action. Ladies and gentlemen, buckle your seatbelts. Get ready for racing action. The Clash at the Quarter Mile Coliseum here at the Middleford Speedway. First time ever for the Bob Hilber Sportswear Short Track Super Series, fueled by Sunoco. Into the Sunoco starting zone, the Mighty Modifieds are ready to rumble.
And the Clash at the Quarter Mile Coliseum, Middleford Speedway gets the green flag. Great side-by-side start as the field rumbles in the turns number 1 and 2. Ryan Creighton in the 51. He's going to jump out to the early lead as they are 2 by 2 throughout the field.
Heading down the straightaway, lap number 1, Creighton's got the lead into the turn. We got a 3-car battle now for the number 2 spot. Stangl, Creighton, and Watson battling down the back straightaway. Stangl riding the cushion.
Stangl trying to find some bite, working the top here in turns number 3 and 4, but Jordan Watson peeks to the inside of turns number 1 and 2. Stangl, he will take that bottom side away as they are single file going down the back straightaway.
Hot and heavy action there between 5th and 10th. Oh, we got a spinner. Watson is in the infield. Jordan Watson will take this lap and then go yellow. Wow. What a turn of events this turns out to be. Jordan Watson.
And Watson not happy as he's charging back up through the field.
We'll see if we can get a second look at this replay here. We had a quick look at it. Watson getting around all by himself. Watson doing his 360 spin down in the infield early and managed to keep the hammer down and keep on going.
So drivers being told over the one-way radio system what the restart order is. They completed the lap. He kept going. By the time he blended, he was at the tail end of the field. So that is why you will see Jordan Watson go to the tail end when we come back to green. And just like that, the caution lights are out. Once again, we will go green at the Sunoco restart zone in turn 4. Now that's a better start. We get back on the loud pedal. We get back underway. Creighton leads them back down in the turns number 1 and 2. Stengel trying to get underneath Danny Creedon. Great side-by-side battle throughout the top 10. Keep your eye on the 4P of Anthony Perego. Right now he's going to challenge Danny Creedon for that 3rd spot.
The back straightaway. Charging into the turn, Stengel battling with Creighton for the lead. Here's Perego getting by Creighton. Then we got Jankowski and Loudon Reimert.
Jankowski gonna run in that 5th spot right now. Has a great run down to the bottom side of Danny Creedon. Can Jankowski complete the pass? Great side-by-side battle. We come back to the line. By a nose, give it to Jankowski. He's up into 4th.
Yeah, Jankowski moves by Creighton. Creighton comes back under him. Down the back straightaway, side by side into turn 3. Jankowski will maintain the spot. Top 2 now in a battle for the lead. Creighton running about a lane and a half off the bottom and leaving the bottom open for Matt Stengel, but he can't get by.
Matt Stengel is all over the leader, Ryan Creighton, here at the quarter mile. Just starting to settle in here, folks. Long way to go. 42 laps to go in effect. As still, now, here comes the Anthony Perego in 3rd, Jeff. He's starting to close in on the top 2.
Yeah, he's running the cushion. Anthony's got the hammer down off the corner. 4th spot's Jankowski, Creedon 5th, then Reimert, then Luke Bunting, Dylan Stoyer, and Michael Maresca. Working down the back straightaway now. Stengel had been all over the leader, Ryan Creighton, looking for the number 1 spot, but now Creighton is beginning to open up just a little daylight.
Oh, by the way, remember Jordan Watson? He brought out that yellow a couple laps ago. He's making a march throughout the field. He has made his way already up into the 12th spot with plenty of race to break into the top 10. We roll on. It's still Ryan Creighton out front. Matt Stengel running in the runner-up spot. Anthony Perego in 3rd. Alex Jankowski 4th. And Danny Creedon is your top 5.
All right, Stengel had a shot at Creighton, as they worked down to the 1 and 2 a lap ago. We got a car stopping in turn 2. The yellow is on for the 7M of Paul Mancini. Stengel was able to move in on Creighton one time about a lap or 2 ago, but Creighton was able to hit the hammer and pull away, getting a little bit of daylight between himself and 2nd place, Matt Stengel. 3rd is Anthony Perego. 4th is Jankowski, and 5th now is Creedon. It looks like something is broken, or it's right rear flat, I believe.
Yeah, I want to say that is a right rear flat on Mancini's machine. Great camera work by everyone here this evening. So Mancini, he is going to have to go back to the Taylor and Messick work area. Come to the attention of his crew.
12 laps have been scored. 12 laps have been completed. And Mancini will get his courtesy laps, but he's got to get himself around here to pit road and circle around back to the pit area. Right rear sneaker shredded up on the Woodhaven Lumber number 7M.
And he has to be a little careful because he has to take his time, because with that tire being flat, obviously it's flopping around. You don't want to rip off any body panels on that 7. And that's a pretty long hike if you think, because he has to drive all the way outside of turns 1 and 2, come to the attention of his crew, which is staged behind the back straightaway, behind the pit bleachers. So he has to take his time there. But still, what a run by Ryan Creighton, looking good early on in the 51.
Yes, he is. A little bit of a challenge there from Matt Stengel, but he was able to pull away the last couple of laps. Krachin, who had a great run in one of our races at Bridgeport earlier this year, ended up second. He is looking to break the ice and grab his first ever STSS win, which seems to be somewhat of the theme in this 2026 race season. We have had 46 different drivers pick up a Short Track Super Series modified win in 226 events. Tonight is 227. As Earl mentioned, our 51st different racetrack for the modified division for the Short Track Super Series. So we've got Krachin and Stengel in row 1. Perego will be alongside of Jankowski in row 2. Creedon and Reimert, as they have the old tire off right now. Creedon and Reimert in row 3. Luke Bunting and Stoyer in row 4. Maresca and Danny Buck in row 5. And Earl, look who's in row 6.
He's creeping along right there. And also, you know, the 26 at Go Down, as we mentioned, our previous winner in the South region with the Short Track Super Series when we were last in competition at Bridgeport. Still a long way to go. We're not at the halfway point yet, as the caution lights are going to go out next time by. Ryan Krachin searching for his very first career Short Track Super Series win. Has been stout all night. Can he hang on for another 38 laps?
Yeah, as we mentioned, it was the South Region opener, March 22nd at Bridgeport. Stuart Friesen won. Krachin was second, followed by Maresca, Matt Stengel, and Go Down. They were the top 5 in that first race. Ryan Krachin in the Dan Sommerling, number 51. The Pizza Man, Dan Sommerling, Danny's Pizza Pizzazz. All right, we're ready. The two drivers in the front row are good friends. They live near each other. They're ready to bring the field back to the restart green. We've got 12 laps completed.
So keep your eye on the restart zone as Krachin gets back on the loud pedal. Here comes Perego, 3 wide for the runner-up spot with Jankowski right through the middle. Krachin got a little tight. Here comes a run by Kid Rocket. Alex Jankowski up the runner-up spot.
Jankowski working on the bottom now. Perego trying to follow him through down the straightaway. Stengel back to third, is being pressured now by Perego out of the corner. Here comes a battle now for Danny Creedon as they work down the back straightaway. Loudon Reimert now on the outside of Creedon.
Reimert has the momentum in that 16. Only 2 drivers within the top 5 working the cushion. Also, how about it? Anthony Perego up into the 3rd spot right now. Still a long way to go, 35 laps when we get to the line. And now Stengel off the pace in turn 4. He'll bring out the caution flag.
Something breaking in the back of the number 6, I do believe. It looked like when he came off of turn 4, the rear end was offset on the Ace Materials number 6. A heartbreaker for Matt Stengel. Matt looking also for his first STSS win. So he'll get the unfortunate tow truck ride back to the pit area, and this will regroup the field once again. Alex Jankowski, Earl, with a big restart on that last restart. Went to the bottom and gained 2 positions.
Jankowski overall has been able to park it in victory lane this season 14 times. Really started off the year well back in the spring. Jankowski had a great restart. Still a long way to go, not quite halfway. Jankowski has 2 career wins with the Bob Hilbert Sportswear Short Track Super Series. It was able to win back in May when we went to the Valley of Speed, Lebanon Valley. And then obviously he was able to get one in 2024 at Bridgeport, and you can see the trail of fluid that is coming from underneath the 6 of Matt Stangel's machine. So unfortunately, it looks like his night is done, and we're looking to get the cars ran through the fluid here on the main straightaway.
Part of the finish line track services crew. Nick Squire's out there putting some loose clay on top of the moisture that's out there. They'll probably run through it a little bit.
All right, just roll the outside of the straightaway here. Look out for that four-wheeler. Roll the outside.
All right, 14 complete. We'll get the white flag this time around. Krachin and Jankowski will be in row number 1. Perego and Reimert will now be in row number 2. Loudon Reimert working on the outside lane the last couple of laps. Then Creedon will be next in line, along with Luke Bunting. Luke making the move from Sportsman to Modified this year. Then we've got Maresca, and Ryan Godown has quietly been moving up through the field. He started in 15th. He is currently now in position number 8. Then Danny Buck next in line, inside of row number 5. Here we go for the restart.
What does Alex Jankowski starting outside of the first row do on this restart? He keeps with Krachin. We come back down to the green flag. Jankowski is going to work the top in turns number 1 and 2. Krachin got a little tight on the bottom. He's going to make that 51 as wide as it can be. And here comes the 16 of Reimer. He's going to challenge Anthony Perego for 3rd off of turn 4.
One driver that made some big gains on that last restart was Jordan Watson, as he drove past Buck and drove past Godown. And right ahead of him now is Maresca. Maresca down the back side by side with Luke Bunting into the turn. Perego battling Reimer for position number 3.
Reimer bobbled there for a moment in turn 4. As Creedon, he will drive back by and move up into the 4th spot, trying to bring the 7mm of Michael Maresca with him. That's a 3-car battle.
Maresca now to the inside of Reimert down the straightaway. Reimert had been up in 4th, now losing a couple of spots as he sees Creedon drive by on the bottom, and so does Michael Maresca. Up front, it's Ryan Krachin leading the way. Whoa, a little further back. Godown, Watson, and Luke Bunting battling for position, along with the 39 of JoJo Watson.
I think we can officially say this, Jeff, that the gloves are coming off here at Middleford. Guys really starting to lean on each other. You saw the 26 of Godown trying to carve his way through the field. As right now, this is how your top 10 looks. Ryan Krachin still the leader of this one. Jankowski running 2nd, Anthony Perego 3rd, Danny Creedon 4th. And now the leader, Krachin, off the pace here on the main straightaway. Ryan Krachin out of commission as the caution flag waves. Oh no, he has a flat left rear tire.
Very unusual to see a left side tire go down, but the left rear tire flat on the 51, and he will be heading to the pit area. He got off the pace in turn 4, pulled down to the inside apron and got out of harm's way. Yellow lights coming on for Ryan Krachin, our leader. This will hand the lead over now to Alex Jankowski. Alex starting this race back in 9th position. If you remember, Alex had the BA Custom Headers redraw worst pick and got the bonus money from BA Headers.
So Alex looking to cash in here this evening. Inherits the lead with 30 laps to go.
Jankowski and Perego will now make up row number 1. Creedon and now Maresca will make up row number 2. Michael Maresca up from 10th starting spot. Reimert and Danny Buck in row number 3. Then we've got Luke Bunting and Ryan Godown, Jordan Watson and Joseph Watson in row number 5. So Jordan has been working his way back through the field as well after that earlier trip around here in turn number 4. Courtesy laps here for the flat tire for Creighton. He still has over half the feature still to go. He's in the Taylor and Messick pit area right now is Ryan Creighton getting that tire repaired.
So you can see Creighton popping out of the work area right there. Lineup is good. We're coming back to the green flag. So now, Alex Jankowski, he will be able to get back on the throttle first. See what Anthony Parego can say here on this restart as the field comes back down to the Sunoco Race Fuels restart zone in turn 4. We get back underway.
Side by side, middle of the pack, down the back straightaway, they battle for position. Creedon battling Maresca. Creedon will grab 3rd. Parego could not go around Jankowski, and Alex will maintain the lead. Creedon now moving in to challenge the number 2 spot there on Anthony Parego as they work down the back. Maresca's in 4th, and Danny Buck and Loudon Reimert battle for 5th.
Reimert letting Buck knows that he is there, but keep your eye on the 26 of Godown. He'll put the whip to the horse, a step to the outside. Can he have the momentum to go around Loudon Reimert for the 6th spot, side by side off of turn 4?
Into the turn, Buck, Reimert, Godown. Luke Bunting is right there. Then we've got Mancini next in line along with Dylan Stoyer. Meanwhile, up front is Alex Jankowski with a small but comfortable lead.
1.5 seconds separates him from Anthony Parego. Top 2 still equally separated here as we come down to the halfway point. 25 laps in and 25 to go here at Middleford.
Jankowski, 2-time Fonda Track champion and a 1-time New Jersey Quality Drywall South Region champion in the Short Track Super Series, 2nd in points, entering the program tonight. He's a couple of spots ahead of Michael Maresca. Actually, he's 1st. Maresca is 4th. Buck is in 5th. As they head down the back straightaway now, Parego 2, and Creedon is in 3rd.
Leader Alex Jankowski can already start to see the tail end of this field. This is the longest green flag run we've had in this race so far. When he gets the lap traffic, Jeff, it's going to be very interesting to see what line he takes, because right now it looks like he's pretty comfortable riding right around the hub on the bottom side, but that's exactly where the lap cards are going to be when he reaches
Exactly, and if you watch the number 4, Anthony Parego, Parego expiring something, a trail of steam and smoke coming out of the 4 as he went through the corners, and he brings out the caution. I was just about to say Parego has been running just a little bit off the bottom lane, which may have played into his hands when they got to lap traffic, but you can see the steam coming off the number 4, a heartbreaker for Parego, running a very strong 2nd.
So now the track is clear. So now here comes Danny Creedon. He will move to the outside of the front row on this restart.
Both Jankowski and Creedon have won this year. So has Maresca. Danny Buck has not this season. We've had 7 STSS events. Hard to believe that we're in August and we only have 7 events in, but we have had 7 different winners. But the first 3 guys have been in the win circle already this year. Here we go. 28 complete.
We go green now. 3 wide for the runner-up spot. That's exactly what Jankowski needs. Buck trying to find some speed right through the middle. 2 by 2 from 2nd on back. Reimert, look at the 16 of Reimert. He's trying to make his way through. And how about that? Here comes the 1J of Jordan Watson. He has a great restart. He's up into P6.
Yeah, Watson now battling with Go down the back. They both got by Luke Bunting. He now battles with Dylan Stoyer. And Watson is ripping the outside lane. Here he comes. I'm sure he's got to burn his saddle after that earlier go around in turn 4. Watson now around Go down, around Reimert, moving up on Danny Buck down the backstretch.
Jordan Watson ripping the lip to perfection, and it is working out for him. Right now, he'll step to the outside in turns number 1 and 2. Danny Buck knows he's there. Look at the run Watson has down the back straightaway.
He's moving in on Buck once again, and they're all tight together there. Maresca and Cretin are right ahead of him. Here comes Watson. He tucks in behind Danny Buck this time. He'll go back to the top in 1 and 2. They're side by side out of the corner now, Watson and Buck, after Buck tried the inside lane on Michael Maresca.
Track still has a lot of grip into it because look how high these drivers are hiking up the left front of these big block modified. Still, Watson was able to get by Buck, move up into 4th. He's not done yet. Watson is the only driver in the top 10 right now, really making that top side work.
Yeah, he is, and you watch the arms in the crowd. You see the people standing up, waving their arms. They want the local boy to keep going. Jordan Watson, he tucked in now in front of Danny Buck as they head down the back straightaway. Going to play it a little conservative here for a lap. Now he'll go back to the outside and try to catch 3rd place, Michael Maresca.
And another driver in the top 10, the 60 of Dylan Stoyer. He sees that top is starting to come back to life as he's looking to the outside of Ryan Krachin, our early leader earlier in this race. But how about Alex Jankowski? He has a 3.7 second lead as we have 13 laps to go when we get back to the line.
Right now, Alex Jankowski leading comfortably out of the turn. He has wins at multiple speedways this year. He was a winner on the STSS this year at the Lebanon Valley Speedway in our first ever visit to the Valley of Speed. Jankowski, a regular at the Fonda Speedway, where he's a 2-time champion, charging down the straightaway, completing lap number 38.
In the closing stages of this one right now, the leader, Alex Jankowski, can start to see the tail end in front of him right now, still increasing his lead. It was 4.2 seconds last time by. Danny Cretin gets back to the line, and now Alex Jankowski has a 4.5 second lead.
Watson, after getting around Buck, tucked it in on the bottom lane for a few laps, but he is slowly reeling in 3rd place, Michael Maresca. Maresca 3, Cretin 2. Jankowski's got the lead, 10 laps to go.
10 laps to go here at Middleford. And now,
we got trouble on the back.
Go down off the pace. We will stay green as he loses a couple of positions. Ryan Go down falling back to the 9th spot as now your leader, Jankowski, officially in lap traffic.
Yeah, Ryan Krachin right there battling with him as he tries to work his way back through after having to pit for that flat tire. Now we've got Maresca still chasing after Cretin for 2nd. Not far behind now is Watson in 3rd. A full straightaway lead for Alex Jankowski, who is now officially in lap traffic.
6 laps to go. Jankowski really making that Millman Napa Auto Parts 84Y work to perfection down low. Still, Danny Cretin running in the runner-up spot. Michael Maresca 3rd, Jordan Watson 4th, and Danny Buck 5th.
Not far behind Buck is Loud and Reimert. They're tight together, trying to battle one another for position. Behind them, Dylan Stoyer. Charging down the straightaway now. Maresca is going to leave the bottom lane and go after Cretin, and Watson is now right on his back bumper as they enter turn 3.
Yeah, 3-car duel now for the runner-up spot. Here comes Watson. He'll step back outside, but the caution flag waves. Unbelievable. Caution flag coming out with 4 laps to go.
The Auto Gallery 39 of Joseph Watson, the car in trouble down in turn number 1 and 2, brings out the yellow with just 4 laps remaining. We were just getting into a heated battle, Earl. Maresca left the bottom, was going to go to the outside. We get a little replay here. It looked like Bobby Butler and Joseph Watson were the two cars that tangled, with Watson going around for the caution flag. But Maresca left the bottom and went to the outside, was going to put the pressure on Creedon for second. And Watson, who has been climbing his way back through the field, was right there. 3 cars were going to battle for second, but we got a yellow now with just 4 laps to go.
So with 4 laps to go, we are going to have a single file restart. It's put some life back in Danny Creedon, Michael Maresca, and Jordan Watson. I can only imagine what Alex Jankowski's thinking right now. Had over straightaway lead prior to the caution flag. 4 laps to go. Hold on, folks. We're not done yet. Jankowski brings them back down to the green. We get back underway.
Into the turn. Watson is going to go to the outside with the field regroup. He's side by side with Maresca. Couldn't get him out of the turn. Battling behind them now, Loudon, Reimert, and Danny Buck. 2 battles of 2.
Watson still trying to find some speed, working the top side. Now Maresca goes up the block. Michael Maresca knew Watson was going to work the cushion, goes up high to block the lane. 3 wide. Here comes Reimer right through the middle. Danny Buck down low. Troyer dirt car, twin sticks in the air.
Watson still trying the outside of Maresca. Reimert and Buck are there. Reimert got around Buck as they head down the back. A 5-car race for second with Alex Jankowski way out in front.
Barron's Performance, white flag is out. Final time around. Alex Jankowski has a strong lead. The question is, who's going to finish second? Here comes Maresca. He'll dip to the outside of Creedon. Now Watson to the bottom. Meanwhile, Snellcoat checker flag is out, and Alex Jankowski is going to win here in the first 8. Second, it's going to go to Danny Creedon, and a photo finish at the line for third, and give it to the 1J of Jordan Watson.
Alex Jankowski taking home the checkered flag, becoming our first repeat feature winner of the season with the Bob Hilbert Sportswear Short Track Super Series fueled by Sunoco. 84Y Alex Jankowski the winner. The 16X Danny Creedon is second. The 1J Jordan Watson will grab third. The 7MM Michael Maresca fourth. The 16 of Loudon Reimert will grab fifth. They were all tight at the wire. Danny Buck sixth with the 6th. The 60 Dylan Stoyer 7th. The 26 Ryan Godin 8th. 7M Paul Mancini 9th. And the 51 Ryan Krachin is 10th. Alex Jankowski winning at Lebanon Valley, now winning here at Middleford. The first driver to repeat this season. He will be heading to Bicknell Racing Products Victory Lane.
So Jeff Olam going to make his way down to Bicknell Racing Products Victory Lane. You see Alex Jankowski taking off the safety equipment. This gets him win number 15 overall here in 2026. His 3rd series win. Remember, he won back in May with us when we went back to Lebanon Valley on May 21st. But what a fantastic event. Don't forget, we got one more feature coming up with the Sportsmen. Jeff, does he have hats? Okay.
All right, Bicknell Racing Products Victory Lane for our clash at the Quarter Mile Coliseum tonight. First ever appearance for the Bob Hilbert Sportswear Short Track Super Series, fueled by Sunoco. And one of the hometown cars is in victory lane. The Millman's Napa Auto Parts 84Y is Alex Jankowski. Alex, congratulations. It's hard to. Yeah, you went the wrong way. You went the right way the whole race, though.
Yeah, no, it was really tough. Hats off to all these race fans out here in Delaware. These guys are trying to make a good bid at it, and the more racetracks we get on any series is always good. So big thanks to Tim and Debbie Millman, Murph, Jeff Cole, Vicky as always. I'm sure she's having a nice cocktail somewhere. I was really proud of this race team, Kevin Bates and Bruce and Tyler Pete, Dave Pecco, the engine shop, but Jeff Murray and Fred is awesome. So hopefully we just keep on digging.
You know, when we did the redraw, you picked the worst number, and you said we got our work to do. So we had a few well-timed cautions, but it seemed like you got to the front fairly quick.
I met some pretty cool slingshot racers. I'm sure they'll be here winning races too one day. So good luck to them in their careers. I had everybody at home. I know Ches went back to school today trying to get her nursing degree. So happy to go back home and give Tim and Debbie bragging rights here for a little bit in Delaware.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. You get to drive this car down here and put the hometown car in victory lane. And it's almost like you're becoming a citizen down here.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm much of a citizen of Pennsylvania. I'm always in Delaware or New York.
Tell us about the race. You were running second early on. Ryan had the flat tire, and then several restarts that you had to maneuver and maintain the lead with everybody right behind you.
Yeah, I think Ryan was going to be really tough there, so that was unfortunate for him. I was nervous about getting the tires like really hot and ate up more than everybody else. So those restarts, I felt like I was kind of hanging on just because of how hot they were. So I was just trying to get a nice curl line and nice late apex, late pickup on the throttle, and it was really good. So big thanks again to Tim and Debbie. I mean, this is when we come down here, we really want to win with these guys.
Congratulations. Enjoy this. We're going to get you to do you're the first SDSS repeat winner this season, so fantastic job.
Yeah, it's a tough series, and also big thanks to Tom Moore at Training Tales. It's a big group in Delaware we have down here to make the band going.
Good job.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, there you go. Alex Jankowski is our winning driver tonight, taking home the Clash at the Quarter Mile Coliseum 50-lap feature win. Here is your winning ticket number. If you haven't come to the tower, it is a pink ticket. Pink ticket 602-443, 602-443, 602-443, 602-443, worth $727, $727 in the 50-50. We thank you for playing along. All right, we got some more of our top three finishers here. I know he's got to get to work, but I think he'll take a couple minutes to join us here. Top three tonight, Dan. Congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah, like I said before, I was like 8:45. I decided to mount a right front tire to go because I was just working, stuff was busy, and thanks, Brett. Everybody back home believes in me, so they all pushed me pretty hard to do this. So it'll be a little emotional, but they pushed me pretty hard. So I'm glad we came.
Yeah, you know what? It was like a little bit of a yo-yo game out there. You were up there. And you're up, you lost, and you ended up back in second.
Well, and I knew I was tight in the heat race, and I said, man, when I watched him groom the track, I said, man, do I free up a little bit? Me and Ryan go down, we're talking. I said, man, I was still too tight to run the top like them guys were doing. And then once it started latching down, I said, well, it's like old Middletown. I just latch down to the rubber, and if they're going to go by it, then make hay, and I'm sure Mike was there, and I could just squeak by that hole down there, and I said, if I missed that hole, I'm all right, because no one was coming by me on the top. So, I got a little worried about latching the tire down. I was a little loose off the corner because I was so tight on entry. So, we just, this thing here, we dug this car out of the back of Donnie Elliott's shop in Weeds back in 24 when I ran New Egypt. So we took our spec head out and we put our old faithful motor back in. And that's what this car is for, just he's kind of a little bit, I'm not knocking track, and the track's a little bit rough and got a little character to it, which I don't mind it. Just, I had nothing for the 84, listen, right now he's the best of the best. He's rolling around here, so I can stand here and on the front stretch again. And I think it's my 11th second this year. Dennis just reminded me of that, so that's great. But thank everybody back home. Thanks to all my sponsors, my crew, my family. Just without all of them back home, this wouldn't have happened.
Good run.
Thank you very much.
All right, Danny Crean gets number 2. And Jordan Watson, number 3 tonight. I'll tell you what, you were putting on a show. The people were jumping up and down in the stands, waving their arms when you were running out an outside lane.
Yeah, I just, there early, I was trying to buy my time, honestly, and I got messing with Stangl, and I tried to cut the corner there, and I just caught the berm and got my left front in that tire, spun around, and I tried to do a 360 to keep myself going, and I was hoping they threw the yellow so I could blend back, but it didn't work out like that. So I had to get back to the back there, and I knew if I just kept working and working it, the guys were slowing up more and more. I just needed a couple more restarts to be on the outside. I actually wish that last yellow with 4 to go would have been with 6 to go or something there. I would have did 4 if I felt like, Maresca and Danny there, they were really hindering my speed. I felt like I could have got wound up there and got going, but I could only sustain that for a couple of laps. By then I'd beat myself up and was holding on for dear life and trying to see where I was going. The place is small, like they don't know you're out there, so you're really like coming off a 4 here the one time with Maresca. I knew he had no idea I was there, and I knew it was going to get bad. And I know the same thing with Buck on the back straightaway there. Like I was trying to show myself and make enough noise that they could hear me coming, but it always don't work out like that. Hey, I appreciate Deo and the Short Track Super Series coming down here and back to Delaware and giving this track a chance. I know it had some character tonight. I think they work on it. It could be a racy little track. It's close to home for me. I appreciate all the fans coming out. It was it was a tough and tumble race there. I really wish I could have just bided my time there and went to the top when I was up front there, but I had to run super hard to get back up there. I appreciate all my guys that come out and help me out, all my great sponsors, my mom and dad, Will Brown, everybody else is part of our team. Without them, it wouldn't be possible. And like I said, we'll go home and tear everything apart and get ready for a couple of weeks to get back to Georgetown.
Thanks for the show.
Thanks a lot.
All right. Watson, he'll get up there in the picture with the top 3. Jordan Watson is 3rd, 2nd, Danny Creedon, and taking home the win, the first repeat winner this year on the series. He won a North Region race at Lebanon Valley and now a South Region race here at Middleford Speedway. The winner of the Clash at the Quarter Mile Coliseum tonight, your winning driver, Alex Jankowski. Thank you all for coming out. We got one more feature left to go. Bicknell Racing Products Victory Lane here for the top 3. Back up to Earl Hoon Jr.
Thank you, Jeff Olam. For everyone tuning in at home on FloRacing, we're going to take a short commercial break as Victory Lane ceremonies almost wrap up here down at Bicknell Racing Products Victory Lane, where Alex Jankowski was able to get his 3rd series win. We'll have more when we return.
We're back here at the Middleford Speedway for tonight's Short Track Super Series debut, the Quarter Mile Clash at the Coliseum. Short Track Super Series sportsmen ready to go to the post for their 25-lap main event. Here is the lineup following the BA Custom Headers redraw. Pole position, the ANS Contractors 27 is Robbie Emery. And alongside of Robbie, driving in the JT Rogers Marine Construction number 1 star, Zach Weller. Second row to the inside, the Yaros Industries 41 is Nick Van Wickel, and alongside of him, the Holly Hill Farm number 62, Jackson Hill. Third row to the inside, the Ice Lust number 4 will be Travis Hill, and alongside of him, driving in the SBT Shockwave number 4U, Johnny Bangs. Fourth row on the inside, driving in the Beach Custom Services number 52 is James Hill, and alongside of him, the G&T Erectors, Jones Racing Products number 9, Joe Toth. Row 5 on the inside, driving in the K&A Excavating number 2B, Christopher Buffalino, and alongside of him, driving car number 94, the L&J Motorsports entry of Jordan Justice. Row 6 on the inside, driving the BFP Mobile Mix number 59, Tom Moore Jr., and alongside of him, driving in the Messick and Gray number 4W, Brandon Watkins. Row 7 on the inside, the U.S. Electrical Services number 69K, Stephen Kemery, and outside of him, the Dan's Pizza Bazaars BK Trucking number 51 is Matt Peck. Row 8 on the inside, the CTC Construction, Belmont's Garage number 59C, Colin Cox, and alongside of him, in the Lynn Peter Motorsports AASA Land Surveyors, Fullwiler's Garage number 28 is Jimmy Leiby. Row 9th to the inside, driving the Pioneer Pole Buildings, Springfield Meats number 117, the Green Lane William Penn Express of Jesse Hertler, and alongside, driving in the True Brand, Belmont's Garage, Rain-X number 22A, Adriana Delaponte. Final starting spot, driving in the Superior Homes number 15 will be Adam White. That is the starting grid for the 25-lap Clash at the Quarter Mile Coliseum for the Short Track Super Series Sportsmen. They have a few bonuses tonight. The American Racer Elias Tire bonus at every SDSS Sportsman event. The drivers between 6th to 10th are entered into a drawing for a certificate for a free American Racer tire courtesy of American Racer and regional distributor Elias Tire of Indiana, PA. Learn more about American Racer distributor Elias Tire online at eliastire.net. We got a couple of more bonuses we'll give you in a bit, but we're ready to go. Our final feature on tonight's racing program, 25 laps for the Belmont's Garage South Region Sportsman. Here's the green.
So now the Sportsmen have their turn here on the quarter mile, and we get underway. Toth not wasting any time marching up through the field. Come down to complete lap number 1. Drivers still testing the top side of the racetrack. The early leader is going to be the 27 of Robbie Emery.
Working out of the corner and down the back straightaway. We got a battle now for that number 3, 4, 5 position as they head into the turn. Right now, leading the way comfortably is Emery, followed by Weller. Van Wickel battling Jackson Hill. Whoa, Weller gets into the turn a little wide. Van Wickel slid by, and here comes Jackson Hill up the inside. He'll get 1 and try to get 2. Jackson Hill making the move out of turn number 4, gaining the spot on Van Wickel, then Travis Hill. We got one moving slowly here, Zach Weller. Weller, who was running up front, has a problem. He's going to head to the pit area.
So we'll stay green. Emery still out front. Jackson Hill running in the runner-up spot. Nick Van Wickel in third. As I'm keeping my eye on the 9 of Joe Toth, looking solid right now as he made his way up into that 5th position.
Jimmy Leiby in the 28 rolling to a stop on the back straightaway, brings out the caution flag. Leiby looks like he's going to try to pull away. We don't know if he's going to be able to or not. Don't know what happened on that car. He's a regular Saturday nights with that Lynn Peters Motorsports entry at the Grandview Speedway in Pennsylvania. Now he's pulling away. The rest of our sportsman bonuses tonight, BA Custom Header Redraw bonus. The STSS sportsman driver picking the worst number will receive $25 courtesy BA Custom Headers on the web at baheaders.com. JLR Technologies Hot Lap Hero, the fastest STSS sportsman driver, and Dirt Draft Hot Laps will receive a $50 bonus courtesy of JLR Technologies. Learn more by liking JLR Technologies on Facebook. Henry's exhaust bonus. The driver finishing 11th at every STSS Sportsman event will receive a $50 certificate courtesy of Henry's Exhaust of Clay, New York, like Henry's Headers and Exhaust Systems. On Facebook to learn more. MD3 Most Laps Led Award. The driver leading the most laps at every STSS Sportsman event will get a $100 certificate courtesy of MD3, the premier dirt racing body panels on the web at md3race.com. Here we go, back to green.
Hot, heavy action here throughout the field on this restart. Joe wide, down low in turn 4. Heavy contact. Joe now marching his way up into 4th. How about James Hill at 52, trying to bring that top side back to life?
Yeah, heading down the back straightaway. We got a couple of side-by-side battles into the turn. Right now, leading the way is Emery with Van Wickle putting on the pressure. Van Wickle, Jackson Hill, I should say, grabbing the lead on the restart. Whoa, Travis Hill's in trouble. Yellow is out. Jackson Hill able to grab the lead, and Nick Van Wickle following him into position number 2. Yeah, it looked like Buffalino and Hill were battling hard for position heading into the turn, going through some of the lower groove bumps down there, and Buffalino had no place to go as Hill got a little sideways in the middle of the corner. So Jackson Hill able to grab the lead away. Nick Van Wickle second, Emery in third. Toth is now up to position number 4. As we get ready to go back to action, we've already got 6 out of 25 laps in the record book. Jackson Hill, a couple of wins already this season. Here he comes.
Another perfect restart by Hill. And the question is, who's going to be in that runner-up spot down the back straightaway? Joe Toth trying to make his way up through the field once again. Can he break into position number 3?
Emery was able to move by Van Wickle and grab second. Now Toth is battling Van Wickle. Van Wickle back to third. Now we got Buffalino gaining a spot. Buffalino now moving up a spot as they head down the back into turn 3. Toth, Van Wickle, Buffalino. Then we got James Hill and Tom Moore Jr. Good battle down the back straightaway into the corner now. Van Wickle and Toth battling out of turn 4. Toth making the move down in turn 3. Toth will get around Van Wickle. Now Buffalino's under Van Wickle in 1 and 2.
Great battle for the 4th position right there. Buffalino. Good turn. As it's still all Jackson Hill out front. Last time by, he had a 1.1 second lead over Emery. Looks like he's extending it, and that's exactly what it is. 1.5 second lead. We're going to have 13 laps to go when we get back to the line.
Down the back straightaway, we got one heading to the infield here. Adriana Delapani safely off the racetrack. Leading the way is Jackson Hill. Second is Robbie Emery, who had the early lead. Then we got Joe Toth and Christopher Buffalino. Van Wickle moving back in on Toth on the 2 of Buffalino now, as we'll get the halfway signal this time for Jackson Hill. 13 down and 12 to go.
Halfway through the nightcap here, as now Robbie Emery in that second spot, starting to close in on the leader of Jackson Hill. Things are really starting to heat up here as we begin the second stage of this 25-lap feature event. Top 5 looks like this. It's still Jackson Hill, the leader. Robbie Emery running in second. Joe Toth in third, running in fourth. Christopher Buffalino and Nick Van Wickle rounds out the top 5.
15 down, 10 to go for Jackson Hill. Jackson continuing to set the pace as they work down the back straightaway. Jackson started 4th in this event. He's out of Middleford. And looks like another local connection here, heading for a possible win tonight. Alice Jankowski out of Pennsylvania driving a Delaware-based car tonight to the win in the modified feature. Right now, we've got Van Wickle still pressuring the 2B of Buffalino, trying to regain position 4.
So we have 8 laps to go. The top 2 getting close to each other with lap traffic looming just in front of them. It was 1.1 seconds. It's still an even 1.1 seconds between Jackson Hill and Robbie Emery, but Hill is going to be the first driver to hit the slower cars. 6 laps to go this time by.
Here they come out of the turn. Jackson Hill may have his work cut out for him with lap traffic on the horizon. It'll take a couple of laps to get there. We'll see what happens. Emery, we got one into the wall here in turn 4. Yellow is out. Stephen Kemery in the 69K. He went straight across the racetrack. He may have clipped one of the equipment tires. We'll have to wait and see if we have a replay or not. Stephen Kemery, a winner in Short Track Super Series competition, both down at the Bubba Raceway and the Sunshine Swing, and also at Port Royal Speedway. Here we go. We got a speed cam look. Did not clip the tires. It looked like the right front broke.
Yeah, broken suspension there. You can see the safety crew handing, looks like the spring and shock to him there in turn 4. So now things once again getting quite interesting here, as another late race yellow will extinguish Jackson Hill's 1.2 second lead.
So Kemery did a nice job to get the car woed down before he ended up making severe contact with the wall. He did hit. There's some front end damage besides what happened when the right front broke before he hit the wall. Tough break for Stephen Kemery out of Sicklerville, New Jersey. Follower on the Short Track Super Series Belmont's Garage South region for a number of years. Former Bridgeport Motorsports Park champion in his career. Unfortunately ending his night early on the hook. All right, Earl, what do you think? Jackson Hill, the kid, the teenager, first year in Sportsman, moving out of the slingshots. And Robbie Emery moving out of the late models to run a Sportsman. So we've got 2 drivers that have maybe not as much of experience in these kind of cars. We got Joe Toth in the next row. And alongside of him, Christopher Buffalino, another rookie in the Sportsman division. Here we go.
The field comes back to the Sunoco restart zone. Joe Chris waving the green flag. Look at the 9 of Joe Toth. Looks to the bottom in turns number 1 and 2. He's going to try to drive underneath Robbie Emery. Emery says no. We're going to come back to 5 laps. The top 4 all right there.
Working out of the turn, 5 to go down the straightaway. Buffalino now being pressured by Johnny Bangs. Bangs now moving up to 5th. Right behind them, Matt Peck. Remember, Matt started all the way near the back of the pack in this one. Inside the final 5 now for Jackson Hill off the turn. Emery keeping things close. We got one slowing in turn 4 again, and the yellow lights will come on. The Musser Motorsports 52, James Hill. James, of course, has not been running a regular race schedule this season, getting the substitute fill in here in the Musser car tonight. But he is a Short Track Super Series champion in his career in the Belmont's Garage South region. So we're now inside the final 5. This will be a single file restart coming up. Jackson Hill, Emery second. Emery got a serious challenge from Joe Toth on that last restart.
Yeah, Toth really working these restarts to perfection. Yeah, it's on the right side. Joe Toth, the rub rail. Yeah, with 4 laps to go. Yeah, let's spice it up. Joe Toth, bye-bye. All right, so James Hill going to get the assistance via the wrecker. We should be coming back to the one-up side this time by Jackson Hill, still the conductor of this train. Can he hang on for another 4 laps? This is obviously a single file restart. 5 laps or less, we go single file with the Short Track Super Series. So here we go, Jeff.
Here we go.
Another 4-lap dash to the checkers.
I know Jackson, even though he's just a young man, has helped on several different drivers' pit crews, so he may have gotten some pointers from some of those. All right. The Matt Jester was his favorite driver when he was growing up. That's why he has the number 62. Here we go, ready for the restart 4 more times around.
Green flag back out. Great restart by Hill. He'll swing it wide on the entry into turns number 1 and 2. Contact with the leaders. Emery gets into Jackson Hill off of turn number 2, and the caution flag is going to wave once again. So we're going to have a replay coming up. This is when the field coming back to the green flag. Keep your eye on the middle of your screen. Looks like Hill was starting to get a little sideways there in the turns number 1 and 2. I like to bring it back one more time and possibly slow it down if we can. So keep your eye on the center of your screen with the top 2. Hill sideways, he kept it going. We did not complete the lap, and he did not stop, so that is why Jackson Hill is going to restart up front when we get back underway.
Yeah, when the modified feature, if you remember, Jordan Watson tried to do the same thing, but the field was coming across and we scored that lap, and Jordan, you blend in, and he unfortunately blended in last as they came across. This situation, we only made it to turn 2 and the caution lights came on, and we never came back around to score a lap, so we did not advance, so it's a complete restart, and he never stopped. Had he stopped, he would have went to the back, but he didn't stop, and we didn't score another lap. So a little bit of a different situation there, but Emery getting into the back of Hill. Yellow lights coming on, and Hill doing a nice job to kick his foot in it and never stop. And to his mulligan, he got a mulligan because we didn't come around and score the lap, unlike Jordan Watson, who did it in turn 4, and we scored that lap as they came across. So just to clarify that a little bit. So we're still under single file. Single file restart with 4 to go. So Hill, Emery, Toth, Buffalino, and Bangs, Peck, and the 59 of Colin Cox. Matt Peck came up from 14th position.
So here we go. Caution lights go out. This time by So Jackson Hill going to use the mulligan. I play plenty of golf. I know all about mulligans and breakfast balls. All right, so.
Oh yeah, you use that many extra swings, do you?
Yeah, I get some mulligans when I play in tournaments.
All right.
So see what happens. So here we go. Lights are out. We go green once again at the Sunoco start zone in 4. Jackson Hill gets back on the throttle. What happens this time as the field makes its way back in the turns number 1 and 2? Great run there by Hill as they'll take it down the back straightaway. Emery has a run, this time by 3 laps to go.
We got Toth pulling to the infield. Toth is in the infield, but we got Buffalino slowing on the backstretch. And the 59 of Colin Cox, who had a broken wheel possible broken wheel, he drove to the pit area. So 3 drivers in the top 10 suddenly suffering some ill effects here in the late stages. Buffalino and Toth were running right there in the top 5. Toth was able to duck to the infield and clear the track. We stay green. Here is a flow replay. Oh, Toth let out a puff of smoke heading into the turn, and that's why he turned left, and Buffalino was just high on his own. He had a separate problem. So both drivers had a separate problem. Toth let out a puff of smoke coming down the front stretch, and Buffalino pulled high out of trouble. 2 separate things for 2 drivers here with 3 laps to go. So Emery now is still second. Bangs is now third. Van Wickel is in fourth. And Matt Peck will advance to fifth. Final event on the program tonight. We thank you so much. Don't forget, Middleford Speedway predominantly racing on Saturday nights. They do have an occasional Friday night mixed in here and there along the way. I believe there's one more Friday left in September. Saturday nights action here on the Speedway. This Saturday they've got 358 modifieds here at Middleford. Here they come.
Can we get these last 3 laps in? Another great restart by Hill. Emery 2 car lengths back. They really separate themselves from the rest of the field as we will come to the Troyer Dirt Car 2 to go side, 2 laps to go.
Emery keeping Hill close at bay into the turn. Further back now, Bangs battling Peck. Here's Leiby. Remember, Leiby had a problem early. He's trying to get back into the top 5 now. We have the Troyer Dirt Car 2 to go. We will now take the exotic brand white flag final lap here in our Flash of the Quarter Mile Coliseum Sportsman feature, and Jackson Hill leads the way down the back straightaway on the final lap. Checkered flag will be waving out of turn 4. Career win number 1 on the series for Jackson Hill, followed by Emery. Bangs will get third, followed by Peck, and the 28 of Leiby will pick up the 5th position. Tonight's Clash at the Quarter Mile Coliseum is complete. The 62 Jackson Hill is your winning driver in the Sportsman feature. 27 Robbie Emery second. 4U Johnny Bangs third. The 51 Matt Peck fourth. 28 Jimmy Leiby rebounds for fifth. The 59 Tom Moore Jr. sixth. 117 Jesse Herthler from the B main is seventh. 41 Nick Van Wickle eighth. The 9 of Joe Toth get credited with ninth, and Christopher Buffalino with 10th. We'll head down to Bicknell Racing Products Victory Lane.
So Jeff Hollum going to make his way down to Bicknell Racing Products Victory Lane to speak with our podium. There's Jackson Hill, the winner of tonight's Sportsman feature event. So having a little bit of technical difficulty. We do apologize. As we will speak with our podium in just a few moments. But Jackson Hill getting the dub here in sportsman competition at the Middleford Speedway with the Bob Hilbert Sportswear Short Track Super Series fueled by Sunoco. Don't forget to check out the rest of the 2026 season schedule on our website. You can head on over to shorttracksuperseries.com and look at all of the upcoming events that we have to close out the 2026 racing season. No one touched anything. I don't know. Hold on. Hold on, do it again.
Test, test. Hey! All right, we got the top three in Bicknell Racing Products victory lane. Got our technical problems fixed, hopefully. Get a word with our winner tonight. It's not his first win here, but it's his first Short Track Super Series victory. All right, we got there all fixed up, Jackson. Congratulations. Well, you're no stranger to winning here, but first time with the series, you haven't run a whole lot of series races, and you're in victory lane already. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. I didn't expect to win my first series race, my first start, but yeah, the track was way different than it is when I'm normally here. That hole-in-one was a little bit gnarly, so I had to run around that, and then 3 and 4 is just around the bottom for me.
Well, tell them. Had a couple of restarts there, probably not what you wanted to see when you're leading, and one of them turned out to be a little bit of an adventure for you.
Yeah, that was a little bit scary. I got a little bit lucky with that one, but thankfully I kept going. I knew if I kept going, I'd had a chance at it.
Tell us about getting the lead. You got the lead pretty early.
Yeah, I just rolled that top down here, and nobody was up there, so I just kept getting runs, and then they all kept hitting the hole and bouncing out, and I just go under them all.
Well, what's it like? You're in the Sportsman for the first time this year, and you've been doing pretty darn good this year.
Yeah, it's pretty special to pick up 4 wins in my rookie year so far, so especially a Deo win.
Good job. Enjoy it.
Thank you. And I got Matt Jester and Holly Hill Farms, Richard Y. Johnson, Tim Millman at Millman's Napa, O'Fallon Transportation, Deer Valley School Shop, Lee & Son Seamless, and Taylor Messick.
Good job.
Thank you.
All right, Jackson Hill taking the win.
And Cody Killen.
All right. Well, is your winning driver in tonight's feature. Robbie Emery, podium for you tonight. Not a bad outcome for tonight's feature.
No, we've had some pretty good luck with the short track Super Series races, other than the first one, obviously. But we've shown really good speed here lately. Just try to catch some breaks with pill draws, redraws, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, the track they tried their best. I mean, they never knew what was going to do with this 50 lapper and stuff like that, and it definitely gave it some character. We lost the lead there on that restart. I went in there and the right front I think was in the hole completely. But it was a good run. I mean, I'll take it. Just got to thank Sam and Vicky Mass for the opportunity to drive this thing, and I got to thank my mom, my dad, everybody that helps on this thing, my girlfriend Brittany, my kids. Just everybody that helps on these things. It's not cheap to keep them going, and all the sponsors and everybody that helps on it, keeps it going and gives us the opportunity to come race and do what we love to do.
Enjoy it. Good run.
Thank you.
All right, Robbie Emery gets second. Johnny Banks got third. Late race charge for you. You got a podium.
Yeah, it ended up pretty good. First of all, I just want to thank Sean and Jen Morris and Dylan for giving me the opportunity to run for them the last couple of weeks. We've just been, running some races for him, so we can't thank him enough. Can't thank Fred enough for sponsoring us with that whole deal and, giving me a ride, too, with the mod. Just got to thank a lot of Sean's sponsors with Heritage, MCI, Valco Wheels, Shockwave Racing Technology. Like I said, I just happy to have a little success down here. I mean, it might be an unpopular opinion, but I kind of did like the track. I like a little bit of character. You really got to pick and choose where to go. A lot of respect out there to my other competitors. Everybody ran pretty decent given the conditions, but we had a blast. Like I said, just got to say thank you to everybody that makes this happen. My dad and Steve Wilson came down with me. It's tough on a Tuesday night sometimes. I know I got to get up for work at 4:30, so that's going to be fun. Definitely sleeping on the trip on the way back, but hats off to my guys, everybody that makes it possible for me, and just happy to be here.
Good run.
Thank you.
All right, Johnny Banks gets third, and second place went to Robbie Emery, and your winner again in the Sportsman 25-lap feature, Jackson Hill, his first career win, ending up in Bicknell Racing Products Victory Lane. That'll wrap things up. Don't forget Middleford is back this Saturday night for another regular program. Check out their website for all the details. The track series will be back on Labor Day weekend, Thursday. And heading to after Afton on the 3rd, we go to Canada on Monday and Tuesday, the 7th and 8th. For Earl Hoon Jr. and Mark Keelblock with the Short Track Super Series, we thank you for your support here tonight at the Middleford Speedway. Jeff Allen saying thanks for being here. Congratulations to the winners. Have a safe trip home. Good night. And as always, it's been our pleasure.